Hello. I'm just setting up here. Let's see. Okay. What's going on Discord right now? Sorry, I am a little late. I had to take a shower. Okay. How is your Thursday going? Okay. I don't know if you were there last night when I covered the debate, the last Republican debate. So we're gonna be looking at some of the political stuff. And then we're going to do some pop culture stuff. Taylor Swift being the Times Person of the Year. Okay, let's do this. Let's get started.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. A lot to get to this morning. We had the final GOP debate last night. It was a bit of a raucous affair.
Sure,
it was interesting.
It was fun. I enjoyed it.
It was fun.
I think it was actually the best of the four debates.
I agree with you.
Admittedly, that's a low bar, but we will.
Wait,
show you
really?
All of these.
I don't think it was the best of the four debates, but I think it was the most funny that Chris Christie was. Hold on.
Sort of highlights, lowlights, whatever from that. Also, we have a lot of updates coming out of Israel. They are preparing to flood those tunnels. More details about the hostages
Flood the
and
tunnels?
damage that's being inflicted there. So we will bring you all of that. We also have Biden saying that he may not be running for re-election were it not for Trump, which is interesting since he's getting his ass kicked by Trump right now. So we'll talk about
Makes
that.
sense.
Talk about that as well. We also have Ukraine aid failing in the Senate. We have Congressman Thomas Massey under fire, being smeared as an anti-Semite for a meme that he posted. We'll break that down for you. And Sagar is going to do a deep dive into this whole affair with the university presidents, free speech, et cetera, et cetera.
I got a lot to say about that. A lot to say about it. Anyway, let's go ahead and put this up there on the screen. We just want to take this opportunity just to remind everybody we do have a discount going on for the holiday season on our yearly memberships. If you are going to be able to help us out, it really means a lot. By signing up for a year, you're helping us all the way through the election season, and in order to fund our efforts, our staff was working overtime last night. All of us got very little sleep watching the GOP debate, so you don't have to. If you appreciate that, you can help us out, breakingpoints.com. And so with that, let's actually get to the GOP debate. What were the highlights, the lowlights? What do you actually need to take away from this? And the top line is that Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis spent a decent portion of their time
attacking Nikki Haley
because of her rise in the polls. DeSantis in particular using his very first answer to go after Nikki, showing that she really is bleeding not only some support, but more importantly, the donor money. So we put together some of the attacks from the very first 15, 20 minutes or so of the debate, just to give people a taste of what it looked like. Let's take a listen.
Her donors, these Wall Street liberal donors, they make money in China. They are not going to let her be tough on China, and she will cave to the donors. She will not stand up for you. She said, one of the first things I'm going to do,
I said we were going to get the millions of bots.
She wants government ID to dox every American. That's what she
said.
said. You can roll the tape. She said, I want your name. And that was going to be one of the first things she did in office. And then she got real serious blowback, and understandably so, because it'd be a massive expansion of government. It wasn't about the Parents' Rights and Education bill. It was about prohibiting sex change operations on minors. They do puberty blockers. These are irreversible. Talk to Chloe Cole. She went through this. Now she's an adult. She's warning against it. She may never be able to have kids again. That is what Nikki Haley opposed. She said the law shouldn't get involved in that. And I just ask you, if you're somebody that's going to be the president of the United States and you can't stand up against child abuse, how are you going to be able to stand up for anything? That is the truth.
We're talking about that trans issue. And Nikki Haley's campaign launch video sounded like a woke Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light ad talking about how she would kick in heels. At the first debate, she said that only a woman can get this job done. That's what she said. After the third debate, when I criticized Ronna McDaniel after 5 failed years of leadership of this party and criticized Nikki for her corrupt foreign dealings as a military contractor, she said that I have a woman problem. Nikki, I don't have a woman problem. You have a corruption problem. And I think that that's what people need to know. Nikki is corrupt. This is a woman
but I remember freaking out last night when this happened, when he brought a visual aid.
Identity politics more effectively than Kamala Harris is a form of intellectual fraud. And it actually needs to end. There's her donor puppet masters wielding their puppet right up here tonight.
I think Christie won the debate just because he was so funny and like making good points, calling people out, and just making good content, good TV. I think Nikki Haley lost in the sense that she had no comeback. She should have been prepared. She should have known that that they were all going to attack her, and that she would need to be prepared and have multiple good responses back. And I don't think she really did at all. She kind of felt like she was on the back foot the whole time. And I do feel like it was a little bit sexist, the things that they were, criticizing her for, especially from Swami, when he mentioned the heels and the Bud Light ad, all that kind of stuff, signaling to the woke and the hyper online community that's like that he appeals to. And then I did like that Christie kind of came to her aid, though some people didn't like that. Some people thought that she needed a dude to come help her. But I didn't really see it like that. I saw it as like a 2v1. And then when Christie came in, it felt like more of like a, hey, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, shut the fuck up. You guys are crazy. Like, I've known her. She's a serious person, blah, 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 blah. So I don't think it was sexist for him to come to her aid. I don't think he was coming to her aid. It was more like he was kind of explicating that she isn't incompetent.
This is how this game is played. The puppet masters put up their puppet, and I reject the use of identity politics in this party.
And in terms
of... but he uses it all the time.
These donors that are supporting me, they're just jealous. They wish that they were supporting them, but I'm not going to sit there and
That's true.
And that, Crystal, is the absolute state of where we are. Who's bragging about Wall Street donors switching support? Genuinely grotesque. But thank you to our team, by the way. They did a fantastic job cutting all of that up. Oh, as you can see, knives are out for Nikki Haley. Why? Well, she's quickly coming into the number 2 position in Iowa and in New Hampshire. And she also obviously has a structural advantage in the state of South Carolina, where she's a former governor, and she's currently polling there number 2 to Trump. But I think the most important takeaway really was DeSantis and Vivek. DeSantis more so, suffering because Americans for Prosperity, that Koch-backed organization, endorsing Nikki Haley and throwing absolutely billions and billions of dollars behind her bed, on top of liberal billionaires, people like Reid Hoffman and others who are supporting her campaign. So she's the new it girl of the Republican establishment, or at least the anti-Trump establishment, as we showed people as well with that Paul Ryan clip earlier this week.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And this is most of all an existential threat to Ron DeSantis. Truly. Like a potentially campaign-ending threat to Ron DeSantis, because he decided he was going to run his campaign in this different way of, instead of having most of the money come in directly to his campaign, where you have limits on how much individuals can contribute, that he was going to rely on a few massive donors, billionaire donors, to contribute to his super PAC. We covered previously how that super PAC is now in like total disarray. And then when you have donors fleeing him, moving to Nikki, this is a major issue for him, because he's not like a Donald Trump to have like the grassroots support to be able to raise tons of money, or like a Bernie Sanders, or, you know, that type of candidate. He always was very reliant, and explicitly from the beginning, on a lot of big donor money. That's not like a slam, that's just reality.
That's truth.
So now he's trying to turn it around and be like, oh, she's corrupt because all these billionaires are backing her. And in that respect, she's 100% accurate when she's like, well, actually, Ron, the problem is you're just jealous.
Yes.
My overall read of this debate was, I thought both Nikki and Ron seemed a little more on edge, a little nervous.
Absolutely.
I think because they know this is the last debate. Like, this is your last chance to change the trajectory. I'm sure it was no mystery to Nikki that she was going to be taking a lot of fire coming in. I think Ron DeSantis, who in previous debates has been happy to kind of sit back and let other people exchange fire and let other people do the attacking, he knew he really needed to go on the offense this time, because his campaign is sort of slipping away from him. Now, to be clear, he's still in second place overall in the national polls, but clearly Nikki is sort of eating into his game here. So he knew he had to go on the offense. I don't think that is a particularly comfortable position for him. That's how it came off. So I didn't think either one of them really came out as an outright winner here. If the contest was between who did better, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, in terms of positioning themselves as the top Trump alternative, it was kind of a wash, which is probably, at this point, good for Nikki Haley, since she's got the donors lining up behind her.
Yes, exactly. She's got the money. DeSantis was not comfortable at all coming out, hitting her at the gate. Vivek is a far more effective, and I think just more comfortable, because he's been like that from the beginning, as an attack dog against her. And there were some ideological fissures that did open up. There was a very long exchange on Ukraine, which we're about to play for everyone, because it's very revealing in a couple of things. Vivek asked Nikki Haley to name 3 oblasts inside of Ukraine. She doesn't immediately do it. Later on, she does, and incorrectly is unable to name 3. But it was a productive exchange, because it revealed also some Chris Christie coming in, trying to white knight on Nikki Haley's behalf. He tried to pull out some of the old Christie magic, basically calling Vivek annoying, which is, look, let's all be honest.
He is.
So there were blows exchanged in every direction. And this was definitely, I think, one of the most fiery exchanges. Let's take a listen. We'll give you our reaction on the other side.
It takes an outsider to see this through. Look at the blank expression. She doesn't know the names of the provinces that she wants to actually fight for. And there's her puppet masters right there. The donors right there that are playing her like the puppet masters.
Hold on.
Let me just say something here. You know, his reasonable peace deal in Ukraine, he made it clear. Give them all the land they've already stolen. Promise Putin you'll never put Ukraine in Russia, and then trust Putin not to have a relationship with China. Let me tell you something. That's
That's not my deal. That's not my deal,
yes,
Chris.
it's exactly what
I'll
you said.
describe
You
my
do
deal
this
to
at
you.
every debate.
I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Don't
I'll
interrupt
tell
me.
you
I
what it
didn't
is.
interrupt you. Okay? You say
Tell them
this.
about how you
You
want to
do
send our
this
kids to
at
die.
you
Go
do
for
this
it.
at every debate.
Okay, so when this was happening live yesterday night, it felt like, because Chrissy's great at debates, when he's out for blood, he's great. It felt like this exchange felt like a father scolding his son. Like, that's how it felt like.
You go out on the stump and
And
you say
looked like.
something. All of us see it on video. We confront you out on the debate stage. You say you didn't say it, and then you back away. And I want to say
tell you exactly what I said, Chris.
I'm not done yet.
Well, this
now
is
look.
This is nonsense. This man is spewing. This man is spewing nonsense.
Let me tell you something. This is the fourth debate. The fourth debate that you would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America. So shut up for a little while.
I'm gonna respond to that. I want to say your version of no. I want to say after the game. I'll take that.
I want to say something else. We're now 25 minutes into this debate, and he has insulted Nikki Haley's basic intelligence, not her positions, her basic intelligence. She doesn't know regions. She wouldn't be able to find something on a map that his 3-year-old could find. Look, if you want to disagree on issues, that's fine. And Nikki and I disagree on some issues. But I'll tell you this, I've known her for 12 years, which is longer than he's even started to vote in a Republican primary.
Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York.
Yeah.
So do everybody a favor, just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
Fat shaming. I remember pointing this out. That was such a low blow. Low blow. And who is he to talk about foreign policy experience? He has none. At least Chris Christie has some political experience.
When it comes to Nikki, I think if you're going to actually send your sons and daughters to go die in somebody else's war, excuse me, Chris, I'm speaking, and I'm not done yet.
I haven't heard the time when you aren't
and we're going to be
speaking.
done. So listen up to this. Is if these people want to send your sons and daughters to go die in Ukraine, they've been arguing for it for a year. $200 billion of our taxpayer money sent over. Neither of them could even name for you the provinces that they actually want to protect.
Wow. So neither of them could. There was so much, I think,
That was
going
so
on there,
good.
Crystal.
That was so
I will say
good.
about this, about Chris Christie. The guy who, I believe at one point, what did he say? He told a voter to piss on their leg at some point during it was but in the 2012s. It's been a long time. The guy who became popular for being like the hard-nosed, outspoken person who would even insult teachers unions.
Oh yeah.
Now he has a problem with going after people, questioning their basic intelligence.
True.
It's like, what are we doing here, man?
True.
You're lecturing us all about decorum. You are one of the people who became famous for rejecting it. That said, the exchange and overall that you saw there is that obviously there is an intense amount of personal animus, I think, at this point, between all three of them. DeSantis kind of just trying to sit back through all of it. But, I mean, ideology also is a little bit below it because the fundamental difference there was on Ukraine, on aid, and really just on foreign policy in general that was happening throughout it.
Yeah, and so let's talk about the substance first. I mean, obviously, I thought I'm much more in line with Vivek's views there. And I think when he says about Nikki Haley, he had that line that we played in the other mashup that's like, she wants to send your sons and daughters to die in a war that just so she can get a bigger house. I mean, that lands, and all the commentary, there's a reason why he's leaning into the attack on her, that she's a corrupt, puppet of the establishment, puppet of the billionaire class. It's an attack that he can make much more cleanly and effectively than Ron DeSantis, both because of his skill level and also because Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley is right. He's just jealous that these donors have left him at this point. In terms of Chris Christie, this was the first debate that he actually showed up for. His performance in this debate was more of what I was expecting from him the entire time. And so I thought, even though on the substance I'm more with Vivek on this, I did think Chris Christie was effective in that moment.
He was.
Of bodying Vivek.
I think he was the winner. No doubt.
Vivek, calling him out to be obnoxious blowhard. If I had to say, who did the best in this debate, I would say it was either Vivek or Chris Christie. Like, they were the best performers in this debate, and I think are just generally more politically talented than either Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis. But the problem is that the Republican base just doesn't really like either one of them. I mean, Vivek, I really genuinely think it's not a policy issue, it's a personality issue. I'm not trying to be mean, I just think that people don't vibe with him. With Chris Christie, it's obviously his opposition to Trump. Like, there's just only so much of the GOP base that wants to hear that. That was very evident in the debate last night. And there were all sorts of things that he said that I had a lot of policy problems with. But I did think he had a good moment at the beginning when he talked about, listen, it reminded me of Andrew Yang when he called out the theatrics of like, we're all up here with our makeup on, like, what are we really doing? He called out the absurdity of we're doing this whole debate. we're living in this fantasy world where one of us is going to be the nominee, when in reality, this other dude, Donald Trump, is kicking our butts, and no one's even talking about him. And all three of y'all are too scared to say a negative word about him. And, you know, again, it may not be the message that Republican voters necessarily want to hear, but it was true. And it's always refreshing when you have that moment where you sort of pierce the veil, call out the absurdity of the theatrics that are playing out in front of you. And that is part of what has been so surreal about all of these debates, is you've had this elephant in the room, you've had this preposterous, like, fantasy world where one of these people is actually in position to be the nominee, when that's just not remotely close to the case at this point.
Yeah, that really is a perfect segue to our next clip, because this is Chris Christie.
Well, the thing is, though, like, I kind of disagree with that, because you do want to be in second place, because if something were to happen to Trump in regards to the legal stuff, like, poll after poll has shown that a lot of Republicans are looking for an alternative. So you kind of do want to be second place. So it is kind of important. IMO.
Actually, really on Ron DeSantis, on whether Trump is fit to hold office and whether he thinks that he's mentally unfit to serve because of how old he is. Christie really tried to get him on the substance here of, like, actually to answer the question. Let's take a listen.
Why doesn't he just answer the question? The question was very direct. Is he fit to be president or isn't he? The rest of the speech is interesting, but completely non-responsive. And if we were in a courtroom, they'd strike the answer and say, Governor DeSantis.
No, they would. They would say that
you're a smart
they would
man.
argue that
No, they would.
No, they wouldn't.
They would
Chris.
strike the answer because you're not answering
You
it.
just
Is he
don't
fit?
like. You
Is
have
he
your.
fit?
You have
no.
your thing.
Is he
you
fit
have
or
your
isn't he?
thing.
No, I don't have my thing.
We don't.
He's the thing. Is
We
he
do
fit
not
or
want
isn't
to
he?
do someone
You're talking
that's
about
almost
him being 80 years
It
old.
doesn't mean
Ron,
that somebody
is he
couldn't
fit?
get elected. That's
Ron,
up to the people. that
Governor
vote.
DeSantis,
But
let
I
him
think
is
we
he
have an
fit or
opportunity to
isn't
do
he?
somebody
Governor
who's in.
DeSantis, let him finish.
Ron, is
I
he
think we
fit?
have an opportunity
Guys,
to do
guys,
somebody
guys,
who
no
is in the
talking
prime
over
of their
each other.
life.
Yes.
You don't have to
No
worry
talking
about
over.
all
I'm
this stuff
good.
with
Ron.
positive.
Stop,
We
DeSantis.
can
No,
get it
no,
done.
stop.
And we'll do it.
I'm going to come to you. Finish.
Look, Father Time is undefeated. I don't know how he would score on a test, but I know this. We have an opportunity to nominate someone and elect someone for 2 terms who's going to be spitting nails on day 1 and for 8 years
So
deliver
you do think he's
big
fit?
result.
You
We
do
should
think.
not nominate somebody
He won't
who's,
answer.
who's almost 80 years old.
He's afraid to answer.
Well, he's afraid to answer. Pretty, I don't know, Crystal, what do you think? That was...
He went back to this with Ron DeSantis a number of times, and it sort of reminded me of the way that he didn't fillet DeSantis as effectively as he did Marco Rubio, but it had that energy of, he called out Marco Rubio for having these sort of like slickly memorized talking points, and right as he's doing that, Marco Rubio cues up a repetition of the slickly polished talking points he already recited.
That was really bad.
And he
I don't
kind
know
of
if you
had
guys
that
remember that.
same approach with Ron DeSantis here, because repeatedly he went back to, this dude can't even answer the question. Like, it's a basic question. He asked you a basic question. Is he fit or not? Will you answer the question? And he just ends up looking extremely weaselly. I mean, I think even people who really like Donald Trump and don't want to hear that he's unfit for office, they also don't like the fact that they can clearly see him maneuvering in real time and not wanting to answer this very direct, very simple question put to him. I mean, what they want to hear from him is, yes, he's fit. But obviously DeSantis is uncomfortable saying that because he doesn't really believe it and because he's trying to go up against this guy. And so all of the political maneuvering and this like Weasley politician-y vibe comes out when Chris Christie is calling him out on that. So, you know, I thought he bodied DeSantis a number of times on that same point of like, you get asked a question and you can't answer the freaking question. Typical politician.
I thought actually it was effective. And this is again where Christie, because he doesn't really care, he's really just running as a foil to Trump, was good because he was like, these 3 jokers are all, you know, pretending and then looking past. They're running against Trump, but they can't say anything bad about him. On that, I mean, he's obviously effective, but this is the central GOP conundrum. You also saw DeSantis there. So there's been some reporting behind the scenes, Crystal, that he's been telling voters, he's like, people just don't want to hear criticism of Trump. He was twisting himself in knots.
Yeah.
He was like, well, we need a new generation. And Chris was like, no, is he mentally unfit or not? He's like, well, he would be the same age as Joe Biden or whatever. Look, I think people see through it. I would have expected him more if he's just said, yeah, he's too old, he's not mentally unfit. he was unfit whenever he was president because he couldn't get things done, and that's why I'll do it. So try not to validate the liberal attack, but the problem is just any time it even rhymes with the criticism that the left has given, people are just going to write you off.
Yep.
I mean, you saw too, Chris Christie, he was getting booed the entire time, even by these GOP neocon donors who are pro Nikki Haley. So if even they are pro Trump, like, you're in a tough spot there.
Yeah.
You're in a tough spot.
This has always been the bind. This
Yeah.
is why I have always thought from the beginning. You can go back and watch our commentary
Yes, you can.
from the very early days when it looked like Ronnie D might have a real chance. And we were saying there is a
Ronnie
central
D.
conundrum here, which is Donald Trump owns this party, he dominates this party, and I do not see a lane for someone to be critical of him that people really want to hear. I don't see how you're going to be able to make the case against him in a way that is going to move the base significantly off of him. And that is exactly what has played out. You know, the times when he has gone a little bit harder at Trump, there's been a backlash against him. Then there's a reason why Chris Christie is at, 5% or whatever he is in the polls, because that's about the size of the appetite for the anti-Trump message within the Republican Party at this point. So, it's always perhaps in a different world, if there was someone who was just extraordinarily politically skilled, maybe there's a case that they could prosecute against Trump with a Republican Party base that people would hear. Ron DeSantis is not that man, and I'm honestly not sure that anyone could really effectively do that at this point, especially when there's just such a sense with the Republican base, he's our guy and he's under siege and we've got to back him up, et cetera, et cetera. It's years of conditioning that have gone in to the sense that any attack on him is ipso facto illegitimate.
Yeah, because this is the thing. Trump is not even really affirmatively running. He is like the anti-candidate in that he's the bulwark on which the liberals attack. And so because people hate liberals, they support Trump.
Yeah.
I actually saw, I need to see, there was a clip from Tucker Carlson where he said, quote, "I became an active Trump supporter when they raided Mar-a-Lago last summer. That just can't stand. I'm voting for Trump." And that, I actually thought that was the perfect crystallization of why people support him within the GOP and why the Mar-a-Lago raid, if anything, really sealed his fate as the GOP nominee. They're like, if the FBI is going after him, we have to support him. It's nothing positive. Everything is just people who we don't like are persecuting him, thus we need to do this. Also, why DeSantis' central thesis around why he's like, I'm the guy who'll get things done. It's like, dude, I wish we lived in that world. People do not, primary voters at least, do not care about that.
Yeah.
One iota, they don't care about that. That's the central
They
reason.
also don't believe it.
Yeah.
They don't think that he
A good
was
point,
ineffective.
too.
They
Yeah.
don't think he didn't get anything done. I mean, probably the best argument for Ron DeSantis was like the electability one, which he can't even make anymore because Donald Trump is winning in like every poll. So people, if there was even a question at any point, which I was never convinced that it was that strong of an argument anyway, but if there was even a question at any point of his electability, that ship has sailed. So, it's also like a bet of their own making. All of these people spent years never criticizing Trump, never calling out when he was failing to get things done, when he was failing to keep promises that were important to them or important to the Republican base. And so now to turn around and be like, well, actually his term in office was a disaster. I just didn't really say so at the time. Again, people aren't going to really believe you when you were singing a different tune for so many years. So in a sense, they've sort of put themselves in this box.
Yeah, I think you're right. And then finally, we had to end on this because this is on the Haley side. People do forget how authoritarian this woman really can be. There were moments around anonymity online and all that, and there's a lot to be said about that. But listen to what she lays out about the censorship regime on Israel that she would enact if she were president. Let's take a listen.
If this had been the KKK that was doing protests on those campuses, every one of those college presidents would have been up in arms. This is just as bad. The idea that they would go and allow that kind of pro-Hamas protest or agree with the genocide of Jews and try and say that they needed context on that, there is no context to that. This is what we need to do to deal with it. First of all, we have got to get foreign money out of our universities. You've got Arab money, you've got Chinese money, you've got others. We need to go to every university and say, you either take foreign money or you take American.
What is she talking about? You know how much, money, I think the Republicans just want to ban international kids, international students. You know how much money, when I first came here, you know how much money foreign students pay to universities compared to domestic students? How much money we put into the freaking economy. And when we start working and we're paying taxes, We can't borrow money from the government. We can't do anything like that because we're not citizens. I am taking my citizen test next week though, so I'm excited about that. But I'm sure that my tax dollars has gone to either probably military spending, but my point is that it could have gone to a Republican kid who borrows a ton of money from the government by using my dollars and hates people like me.
American money, but the days of taking both are over. The second thing we need to do is Biden made a mistake not including anti-Zionism in the definition of anti-Semitism. If you don't think that Israel has a right to exist, that is anti-Semitic. We will change the definition so that every government, every school has to acknowledge the definition for what it is.
Okay, so we will change the definition so that every school has to acknowledge what it is. That's basically a national BDS law, which has already, at the state level, Crystal, been struck down in Georgia when Abby Martin successfully went against him. Not stopping her, though, from saying that. So between the anonymity online, the calls for war with Iran, the mass-like censorship regime here in terms of compelled speech on campus, there's quite a bit going on. And that's
so much for free speech, right, Republicans?
As Crystal said, I am doing my monologue about this. I have quite a bit to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a pure authoritarian instinct.
Yes.
Like, I'm gonna devise what speech is acceptable and what speech isn't acceptable. I know I've said this a million times, but Zionism is a political ideology,
right.
Okay? It's a political ideology. We have to be able to critique any political ideology, and it doesn't make you a racist. It doesn't make you an anti-Semite. In fact, quite the opposite. To insist that every Jewish person must be a Zionist is, in fact, incredibly anti-Semitic.
Not true.
To paint with a broad brush of any demographic group is like the definition of bigotry and racism. So that's part of why I find this incredibly disgusting. Of course, it erases the many Jewish people who have opposed Zionism or had a critique of Zionism, etc. So it's completely insane. And it's insane. I know you're going to get into this, Sagar, but I just have to say, like, first of all, it's such a fake moral panic, too. They don't even point to specific examples of people things that people actually said on college campuses. And for this to be your primary focus, while what is going on in Gaza is going on in Gaza, it's so clearly designed to distract from the horrors that people are seeing unfolding in front of their eyes. So it disgusts me on every level, and especially because the Republican Party spent so much time pretending to be against cancel culture and in favor of free speech. And then like that, they turn on the dime and are ready to be as authoritarian as they possibly can in service of their own political ideology, at least Nikki Haley here. She also said this insane thing that we were both laughing about, how being on TikTok makes you 17% more anti-Semitic. I'm like, what the hell? Or pro-Hamas, that's what it was.
For every 30 minutes that you spend on TikTok, you become 17% more.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yes,
like,
it traces back. So I found out it traces back to some fake study made of like 1,300 people, of people who spent time on TikTok at the time that they were then served what the researchers classified as quote unquote pro-Hamas and or pro-Palestinian content. So that is the root of this idiocy. I actually tweeted this morning, Bristol, studies show every 30 minutes spent listening to Nikki Haley, you become 117%. So
that checks out. That checks out. Now that checks out.
That math,
I saw that study you're talking about. And they conflated like anti-Semitism with just being pro-Palestinian or having a critique of Zionism. And in Nikki Haley's brain, apparently if you're, anti-Zionist, you're also anti-Semitic. So that's where this complete absurdity comes from. Instead of just looking very clearly at the demographic numbers and going, oh, a lot of young people are on TikTok, and guess what? Young people don't agree with your decades of propaganda on this conflict, and that's what's actually going on here. But that you could have such words come out of your mouth and not realize how preposterous and absurd they are is disgraceful. She just drives me crazy on every level. Like, her policy is terrible. Vivek's right. She's completely corrupt. She'll do whatever the donors want her to do. And so it disgusts me to see the way that they're all lining up behind her. I was happy to see her take on some water here. Do I think it'll stop her, marginal rise in the polls? No. And this is the last thing that I'll say. I've been thinking more about, because previously I said, I think DeSantis, this is probably still true, but he'll probably stick around through Iowa. If he loses Iowa, he'll probably drop out.
Yeah.
I do think that there's a possibility that he drops before that. And here's why. I was thinking about, Pete Buttigieg in that moment when Obama calls and everybody circles away and everybody drops down except for Elizabeth Warren very conveniently. And that's how they're able to hand the nomination to Joe Biden. They're not idiots. The donor class, the Republican Party, or, even liberal donors like Reid Hoffman, who are just very anti-Trump. They realize that if they have multiple Trump opponents in the race, this is a problem for them. And any prayer they have of defeating him as a GOP nominee is shot if they've got even just Ron and Nikki still hanging out in the race. And Ron DeSantis is very dependent for his political future on whatever that donor class thinks about him. So they definitely do have some leverage with him. So it's not crazy to me to imagine. They don't have a kingmaker the way that the Democratic Party has Obama, but it's not crazy for me to imagine some group of donors getting together behind the scenes, pressuring him, providing some sort of incentive for, okay, after you're done with governor, this is what we're gonna, what we've got lined up for you. These are the types of things that'll be possible for you, or you could get this gig in a potential Nikki Haley administration or whatever. It's not crazy for me to imagine that could happen, because he is dependent on them both for a political future and also for a private sector future after he's done, being governor, etc.
I can see it too. It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium subscriber, and help us build the best independent media organization on the planet.
That's right. We're subscriber funded. We're building something new. We want to replace these failing mainstream media organizations.
So again, to subscribe, it's Breaking Points.
Okay.
Is quite an admission from Biden. So, he said this. I don't know if he didn't realize this would be a big deal.
Why is this video like 240p right now?
But it is. All right, so this is an Axios quote. Cannot let him win. Biden calls Trump his 2024 motivation. President Biden said Tuesday that he isn't sure he would be running for re-election in 2024 if former President Trump wasn't also in the race. What? Biden has repeatedly presented the 2024 election as dark terms, warning that democracy is at stake if Trump wins. If Trump wasn't running, I'm not sure I'd be running, Biden said at a campaign fundraiser event on Tuesday. Quote, but we cannot let him win. He's literally saying, well, if Trump wasn't in there, I'm not sure I'd be in there. I would have stepped aside. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's so many problems with this, right? Let's just take him at his word here, which I don't know if you do, but there's so many problems with this. First of all, you are down to him now in almost every poll. Even in the average of polls, you're down. In 5 of the 6 swing states, you're down. And by the way, in most of those swing states, it's by large margins. So this idea of like, look, we have to save democracy, that's why I'm in this. But you are the impediment in that scenario. You're down more than any other generic Democrat to Trump. So if it actually is all about, oh my God, we got to stop Trump, well then do the right thing and bow out at this point. All right, let's continue. Biden, who has faced concern from voters over his age, has cast himself as the best candidate to beat Trump in a rematch. That's just empirically not true. Biden has presented Trump as a lethal threat to the nation, and he's built his campaign around defending Americans' freedoms that he says MAGA extremists are trying to strip away. Quote, I know him well, and I know the danger he presents to our democracy, and we've been down this road before, Biden said in April. But Biden also cited Trump as motivation when he launched his 2020 presidential campaign, saying that the soul of the nation is at stake with Trump at the helm. If we give Donald Trump 8 years in the White House, he will forever and fundamentally alter the character of this nation, who we are, Biden said when he announced his presidential campaign in 2019, and I cannot stand by and watch that happen. So he's saying the only reason I'm running is because Trump is in there and we have to defeat him. But like, somebody needs to get through to him that at this point in time, the polling data shows you are the least likely to beat Trump. We're in a very weird position, man. We really are, because in a hypothetical scenario where Biden's the Democratic nominee, but a non-Trump Republican is the nominee, the non-Trump Republican is almost guaranteed to win. If it's Nikki Haley, even if it's Ron DeSantis, for all of their flaws, for all of their problems, they would almost certainly beat Biden. But vice versa is also true. So if you have Trump as the Republican nominee and any other generic Democrat now as the Democratic nominee, the Democrats almost guaranteed to win. It's such a bizarre scenario where we get the rematch of the last election, and both of these people have tremendously high unfavorables, incredibly low approval ratings. But even given that scenario, the guy with 91 criminal charges against him is now winning in virtually every poll against Biden. So, look, I mean, again, if you take him at his word, which it's a question whether or not you should, but somebody in his inner circle needs to get through to him to say, you are likely to bring about the opposite of what you say you want. It is more likely Trump will get a second term if you run. This is what I don't get, man. This is what I don't get. Now, by the way, for the longest time, I was arguing Biden is a favorite over Trump, because he was. When many other people were saying he's not a favorite, I was saying he is a favorite. Why? Because the evidence was there. It was very clear. He went through a stretch where he did some decent policy things. His numbers went up. But the Democrats were doing very well in all the special elections. There were all these things, an amalgamation of factors led me to believe that, plus Trump's legal troubles and how he's still viewed as an extremist and how he's still denying the 2020 election. It looked like Biden's a favorite, maybe 60% chance of winning. Now that has reversed completely. Now you're looking at 60 or 65% likelihood that Trump wins. And Biden is just casually admitting, if it wasn't Trump, I probably wouldn't be running. Jesus Christ.
It's crazy. Crazy thing to admit.
I don't know how he doesn't see his own flaws now, though. Like, how does he not see it? It strikes me as completely delusional. And maybe it is just, like, selfish on his part that he wants that second term. But, like, you see the numbers. You see you went 59% approval among Arab Americans and Muslim Americans all the way down to 17%. This is a key, crucial voting block that you're going to need in very specific swing states. And they're abandoning it. There's a whole abandoned Biden campaign that was created by Muslim Americans now. And that's to say nothing of he should be up 30
really
or 40 points with Latino Americans. Now he's only up 4 points with Latino Americans. He's hemorrhaging young voters. All these things put together, if he really cares about the thing that he says, which is we have to defeat Trump because it's a threat to democracy, well, for the love of God, man, then you have to step aside. You really do. And, of course, I can't get through this segment without pointing out, Jesus Christ, it is so smug and disingenuous to say, oh, we're the saviors of democracy, when we just talked about the news that the Florida Democratic Party canceled the Democratic primary. They said, yeah, I know Marianne's running. I know Dean Phillips is running. I know Cenk Uygur is running. We don't care. We're choosing Biden. We're skipping the whole election thing because that's messy. Democracy is messy. So we're just going to go right to supporting Biden. If Biden really had a principled belief in democracy being good, he would come out and say, no, they have to reverse this decision. This is unfair. I think I'll be able to beat these people straight up. So they should, come on, guys, get it together. Have the election. I'll still win. Have the election. We're supposed to care about democracy, right? It's so disingenuous. Like, it shows that all the stuff, it's just slogans, right? Oh, we have to protect democracy. Like, these are all just slogans. Democracy is at stake, the soul of the nation. I don't know, man. It seems like the soul of the nation is pretty rotten when the current president is funding and arming a genocide in Gaza right now. That seems to me like the soul of the nation is in question a little bit, don't you think? All right, quite an admission. Somebody in his inner circle, please, for the love of God, get through to him. Get through to him. Watching that Newsom-DeSantis debate the other night, even though they're both scummy, sleazy, corrupt politicians, at least watching that felt somewhat normal, where you don't have a guy who's half dead and a guy who's a 91-time criminal. Like, I want to get back to some semblance of reason here. And with Trump versus Biden again, it is not that. It is anything but that. So for the love of God, Joe, if you truly believe, oh my God, we have to defeat Trump, step aside and endorse somebody who can easily do that. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right, we're going to see this video that Ludwig made. The most racist person I ever met. This was done, when was this? A few days ago?
For a full week. I think some of the longest amount of time I've gone without any stream-related work at all. Like, I didn't go to shoot a video. I didn't do the yard on the side. I ended up doing a couple mogul mails there, but that wasn't because I had to. I just did them. So going into it, it was very relaxed. It was not very stressful. And I basically, if you guys don't know, had my first family reunion in over 5 years. Because COVID, and then after that, it just took a while to get everybody together. But finally, you know, I talked to my mom a bit, and she had the idea. She was like, well, we could maybe do a family reunion again. And I'm in a position, thanks to you guys, where I can, like, you know, buy like a nice Airbnb for everybody, you know, and then everyone could just chill. So that's what I did. That's what happened. And we tried to coincide it with my grandfather turning 90. 90, bro. First thing he says, I'm not even fucking with you. First thing he says, he goes, "Profitez nous." We better have a good time here because I'm not making it to 100. I was like, whew, it's like noon, bro. Bit heavy for noon. When you're 90, you just get to say shit like that. 90 is old, though. I will say it is old. I looked this up. I was like, how old is 90? I looked it up. He was born in 1933.
What do you mean how?
33.
What do you mean how old is 90?
Happened 1933. FDR became president. A guy named Hitler became chancellor of Germany. The game of Monopoly was invented. That blew my mind.
Wait, what?
Monopoly,
Really?
man. And so basically that was the goal. The goal was to go to France, hang out with family. But I did happen to have a secret second goal. My secret second goal was to go to France and get mistaken as a French person. You know, I talk a lot on this stream about how I'm French. I don't bring it up too much. I bring it up a reasonable amount. But I don't actually know, right? Like, I'm stacked up next to Shake, Drizzle, and Aiden. So compared to them, I'm really French. But in the pits of it, I wanted to be mistaken as a Frenchman. I wanted somebody who is French from France to be like, ah, it is a nasal of me. That was my goal. Of course, hang out family first. Second goal, be mistaken as a French person. And so again, it's a whole family reunion. And there's about like a rotating cast of 20 or so people who are going to this place. But the main core people who are traveling to our bed and breakfast together is me, my mother, my stepfather Peter, and my sister. We're all traveling together. I land first. And my job as the person who landed first is to get our rental car for the week, right? Our transportation vehicle. And I was honestly a little bit excited about this, okay? Because I don't get to use my French very often. And so my French is a bit rusty. And I was a bit nervous that I wouldn't speak very well. And if my goal is to get mistaken as a Frenchman, it would be good to know.
Yeah, if any of you speak multiple languages, you'll understand how, like, if you don't, even if you're fluent, if you don't practice it, it gets a little rusty, but it takes maybe a couple days, 2-3 days, and then you're kind of back on it.
What level I'm at. So I walk over, and there's this giant fucking, like, rental car desk area. There's, like, 8 different companies you can pick from. However, there's actually only one company you can pick from, because every single desk, even though it's 2 p.m., has nobody working there, except for Budget Airlines. This is not an ad. Budget Airlines just had the only people working there. I assume everybody else was on strike or a smoke break, because I am in France after all. So I go up to the only available woman, and I try so hard. I put so much sauce on my first opening. I'm like, bonjour. And instantly I can tell that did not play very well. But you know what? At least she flatters me. She replies in French.
Okay.
She goes, bonjour, monsieur.
She's playing ball.
Qu'est-ce que vous voulez aujourd'hui? Like, what do you want? And we go through it. And I start to realize I can kind of get my ideas across. Not only am I speaking French, I'm also dropping some low W's. Because at a certain point, she goes, what car do you want? It was a guy and a man and a woman working together. And the line I dropped back after she asked what car I want, I said, give me something dope, because my current car is a piece of shit. And that got low W's. Instantly they go, okay, we'll get you something quite quick. And the car they end up picking out for me is a BMW M Series. Okay, which I'm like, hell yeah, dope. And my mother and my sister land, and we go on our way to our accommodation. The location's, dude, it's fucking beautiful. It's an Airbnb.
Does
My
he have
mom's the one that picked it out.
pictures?
It's an
I want to see
Airbnb
pictures.
Where usually like a family will go, but we just rented the whole thing out, which was perfect. And it was 8 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms, 8 kitchenettes. Basically, every room was its own little studio apartment, and they had 8 of them, which was perfect for again the size of the family, with about 20 or so people rotating in and out. I think I have a video of it. So this is the view from just the backyard.
Oh, god damn. Oh, they got a tennis court and shit. I love it.
Crazy. It had a tennis court, dude. A tennis court. So
I love it. I love
happy
it.
with the place. And then I get to see my family.
I love
Again,
it.
first time in like 5+ years that I've seen a lot of the family, because COVID and you know, it's just hard for everybody to meet. And in this game of wanting to be mistaken as a Frenchman, there's nobody who delivers the truth more painfully than your family. Right? They do not sugarcoat shit.
That's true.
And my family was not any
Accurate.
different. They were not sugarcoating shit for me at all. The first thing my aunt says to me, by the way, she comes up to me and she looks at me like this. She goes like this. I haven't seen her in 5+ years. She goes, and she backs up. She goes, "Your mustache, it is not even. Why do you have it like that?" I was like, okay, I thought it looked good. Like, it's like my YouTube chat all over again. And so there's 3 examples of how painfully un-French I actually am that were made aware to me by my family. The first one, if you don't know, in France, they have a very specific greeting. All right? I think it's endemic to France. I don't know where else in the world they do it. But they have a greeting known as the bees. All right? The kisses. And the way it works is you just walk up to somebody, usually like a family, friend of a family, maybe a friend even, and then you put your cheek on their cheek, and then you make a kissy noise. But depending where you are in France, they change the amount of kisses.
See, that's fucking confusing. That's confusing, all right?
All the way to, I've seen a 4 kiss before, maybe even a 5 if they're on Molly. But they do it.
5?
Okay? And so with my family, it was all easy. All right? And I was kind of getting the gist of things. And with my family, they were all doing 3. They're all doing 3 dots. I was like, okay, we're doing 3. It's a 3 vibe. Easy. Right? No problem. I can do 3 all day. So I'm doing it. And then somebody I don't know comes into the picture. It was a friend of one of my aunts. Never met her before in my life. And she walks up and she's like, bonjour. And I'm like, bonjour. And she goes in for the bees. And I'm like, easy, I got this. So I go 1, 2, and then I go for the 3rd and I'm here. And I realize our cheeks are not touching.
Well, maybe it's like a family rule, right? Maybe like, I don't know. I'm just making this shit up. Maybe it's like, if it's like a stranger, you do the 2. Because I know some French people, and I've been to Europe, and sometimes even, like, the English do it. I don't know. Not as overt as the French, but, like, sometimes you get the kiss.
And when I look up, she is already turned away. She's not looking at me at all. I'm just sitting there like this. And because I felt kind of awkward about it, I tried to play it off cool. I had an apple in my hand. This is real. I had an apple in my hand. I pretended I was biting an apple. I went like this. And I took a bite of the apple. What I didn't know is that my aunt was staring at me as I was doing that and started busting out laughing. And I have proof. Without hesitating, pulls out her phone and takes a picture and then posts it in the family group chat. Within 12 seconds of me doing it, same aunt that made fun of my mustache. I have a
Dude, I love his aunt.
Of me.
She's such a
sitting
troll.
there like an asshole with my apple in hand.
She's keeping him humble. I love it.
Look. I'm so painfully un-French. I couldn't even do the greeting right. I don't know how she captured it that quick. But
also, what is he wearing? I'm not loving the shirt. Like, no, I'm not vibing with the shirt. I'm sorry. Not really sorry. The aunt's fit is sort of good. I like the monochromatic thing.
Couldn't even do the greeting right. I don't know how she captured it that quick.
Yeah.
But I fucked up the bees. the kisses. I didn't get the right number. I got 3. I did 3 instead of. I should have done 2. I don't know why. And so that's lesson 1 about how painfully un-French I am. But you know what? That's a greeting. It's a mistake. It happens. And that was also with family, and so I didn't feel as bad about it until we went to lunch.
Oh no.
Now, French people are very particular with their food. And at a restaurant, I didn't know that there's any specific rules. So we're going around. It's like 1 p.m. and we're ordering. You know, I get my meal. It's fine. And then we're ordering drinks at the same time, and everybody's ordering wine. Again, it's 1 fucking p.m., dude.
Yeah, what the
so
fuck?
They're getting white wine. They're getting red wine. Peter got a beer.
Dang, the French know how to live, baby. I'm excited. I'm going to France next summer. I'm so fucking excited.
And it comes over to me, and every day I was in France, I was running. First thing I would do when I wake up, instantly I would go on a run because it's really fucking nice weather and because there's no gym there. And so I wouldn't have a morning coffee. I would just wake up, go, and then I'd have my coffee around lunchtime. And so when they came to me to order, I was like, oh, can I just have a cappuccino? And instantly, somebody at the table,
I got a silence.
same on, goes,
my phone.
Boof, you've really lost your Europeanness, Ludwig. And everybody starts laughing, including the waitress. I was like, what is going on here? And then somebody else at the table goes, yes, it is true. The Americans, they are not as fine as us. I'm like, oh, it's unrefined that I'm having a fucking cappuccino. You guys are drinking at 1 goddamn p.m. I'm having a cap, because I need a little kick. That's that weird. But, the week progresses, and we have a really good time. Like, most of the days are filled up. Like, it's a really relaxed lifestyle. And towards the end of the trip, I was asking, just for a confidence boost, my family, if my French was better now than it was when I was younger. And there's no particular reason it would be, because I've not been studying. It's not like my French should be better because I've been practicing my French. I just am older, and because I was more immersed in it this week.
You know what? He should have did Duolingo, for couple weeks before he went back, just to be
I might have picked up some stuff. And to my surprise, my uncle was like, oh yeah, it's actually gotten a lot better. You used to, when you were younger, fuck up all the articles, right? And if you've never taken French or Spanish, there's masculine and feminine articles. For
so annoying.
words.
It's so annoying.
It's like the quickest telltale way.
You just got to know them. It's like a thing. Like, you just got to know them. Like, there's no rhyme or reason of what's masculine and what's feminine. I think it's un chat is like for a cat, I think. And then, is it un chien or un chien for like a dog? I don't know. I'm going to look this shit up.
To know if somebody is fluent or not is if they get the articles right or not. So, I was flattered by this compliment for my uncle. That felt good. And I took that energy,
It is en chat.
And I tried speaking as
en
French
chat?
and exploring new words.
So you can put T.
And towards the end of the night, after dinner, we decided to play poker. And I was hooking in poker. And I'm not like a poker guy. But like, these people didn't know that a straight beats 3 of a kind. Like, that's the level of people I was playing against. They would ask me what you should do.
Okay.
And I was like,
a dog, I was incorrect. Both cat and dog are both masculine. So I fucked up the dog.
And I'm trying to explain it in French. So I'm like, okay, yeah, this is a bad hand. Le main là, c'est pas bon. Without hesitation, my 10-year-old cousin goes, non, c'est la main, c'est pas le main. T'as dit le main, c'est la main.
See, I would have said le main as well, which is hands. Le main, c'est pas bon, is what he said. So my hand is no good. But I guess it's feminine.
Just chump checks me in front of everyone. She's 10. If you've never been to the stream, I like to say that I speak French like a 7-8-year-old. Apparently, that's fucking wrong. Because the 10-year-old's chump checking me in front of the whole goddamn class. I think my French was closer to a 5-year-old.
I love it.
I'm getting rolled by my aunt and my little cousin. My little cousin. And so at this point, I'm not feeling very encouraged about my odds of being mistaken as a Frenchman.
Aww.
It is very clear that if I have any conversation that lasts more than 30 seconds, they'll know. And so eventually, I try to just go out on the town. stop talking to my family. I want to go into the wild and talk to random people. And the place we were staying at, it's called Saint Paul de Vence, which, if you're French or if you've been to France, is a very beautiful area. So beautiful that it's where artists would go to like get inspiration. And so we were close enough that it was like a 3-kilometer run to go here.
Oh, wow.
So a couple of days I would just run here. One of the days after running here, I decided to go into the shops and try my luck just walking through, going into every shop and seeing if maybe somebody would maybe mistake me for a Frenchman. And I'm walking into shops of shit I don't even care about. Like, I walked into a nougat shop.
So he's very close to Nice.
I don't like nougat. But I got so deep into a conversation with one of the ladies that I felt too awkward leaving, and I didn't feel like my French skill was high enough. I ended up getting so many fucking souvenirs of shit I don't give a fuck about because I wanted to just have a conversation with a random French person that badly.
That's so bad.
I got Toblerone.
Love. You gotta go to the English, or like the foreign British section of like foods in the supermarkets here. So to get like shit like Maltesers, which is superior to Whoppers, okay, and Toblerone. Then there's like Ribena and shit. So good.
I have this in America, but I wanted to learn the secrets. And so I'm in this nougat shop, right? And I'm talking to this lady, and I'm buying nougat. I don't know why the fuck I'm buying nougat. And as we're talking, right, she knows I'm not from France. She's like, oh, where are you from? I'm like, oh, Los Angeles. She's like, oh, very cool. A guy walks by the shop, like on one of those quaint streets. Doesn't walk in, he just walks by the shop. And without hesitating, she just looks up and she goes, bonjour, monsieur. And the guy, not even like, he doesn't turn, he doesn't stop, he doesn't look in. He just tilts his head, he goes, bonjour, madame. And right there, I realized the secret that I had been missing this entire time. You see, the French people, they have very polite introductions and outros. This whole time, I've just been trying to drop the stankiest bonjour of all time. But the secret is not that. It's saying bonjour, madame ou monsieur. Because the way I speak French is basically translating what I would say in English to French, because my brain is wired in English, right? Right. You do not say in English, hello, mister. Hello, Mrs. You'd be freak-like to do that shit. So I don't do that shit. They do that shit. And so then when I started walking into shops, if I would drop, this new tech that I learned, bonjour, madame, I realized it would elicit a different reaction than a tourist walking in just saying bonjour. And so now I'm armed with this new tech. And I got some cool trinkets.
Okay, I'm keeping that in mind when I'm in France next summer.
I got some stuff for the yard guys.
But then, like, I've had people start talking to me in French, and I'm like, Then I tell them in French that I can only speak a little bit of French, and then they get the message.
I got some stuff for Cutie. It was great. Yada yada. And then I leave. I gotta go back. All right, we're having another dinner with my grandpa. And then at this point in the trip, it's the final day. Right? Like, the days have gone by fast. We're basically, like, spending every day eating, drinking, smoking cigarettes. Like, literally the final day, we spend 2 hours outside, and my family's just chain smoking through cigarettes.
That's crazy.
And I'm sitting there, and my flight is at 7 a.m., which means I have to leave at 5 a.m. And so my plan was to just, like, sleep as little as possible, because I need to sleep on the plane to be able to adjust with, like, the time difference, a 9-hour time difference. So I'm sitting out there, and I wanted to spend as much time with my family as possible. So I'm out there smoking cigarettes with them, or out there while they're smoking cigarettes.
Oh, please, 9 hours,
and,
nothing.
If you guys, I'm sure you've been around a cigarette in your life. It stinks. It stinks, and it also travels quick. And it sticks to clothes.
It does.
And so I wake up at like 5 a.m. I'm miserable. I slept like 2 hours, right? I slept like a little bit. I slept like literally 2-3 hours. And my clothes smell like cigarettes. And I get into my BMW that I hate. And I start the drive to the airport, right? And I'm sad at this point, too, because I'm also leaving my family. It was a really good time, and I realized that this is probably something that I will have to do annually. Like, I don't think it's, like, an option. I think it's, like, something I need to carve out a week for every year to spend time with family, because it's, like, it's important. if you're happy with your family, some people aren't. Family situations are always different. So I'm sad. I'm going home now, and again, it's really early, and so as I'm driving, I realize that although expertly navigated the car rental situation, did not really listen to what the lady said about returning the car. Because there was some weird ass confusing rules that you had to follow, and I didn't really get it. I was just trying to do the best that I could do, and it wasn't all super clear to me. And so as I'm driving the car back and I get to the airport, there are 4 different parking lots. One of them is the parking lot for rental cars, but I don't know which one. So I go to the first parking lot, and it doesn't work, and so I go out, and then I go to the second one. But what I realize is the exit to the second one brings you onto the highway, and I started getting nervous because I don't have the time to go to the highway, take an exit, go back, take an exit, park, make it to my plane on time. And so I make what you could call a bit of a mogul move. I hop the curb, right? It's a beast car. It can hop the curb, no problem. It's a small curb. It's basically bumps. It's basically bumps. and it's 5 a.m., bro. Nobody's there.
Okay.
So I do it. I hop the curb, and you know what? To my credit, it goes flawlessly. However,
does he get caught?
Just the way that my car was angled, I had to hit a really tight turn after, and I was too wide to like angle it properly, but I didn't really know that, so I just kind of ripped it to try to get into the third garage, and I heard
oh no
while hitting that shit. And on the last fucking day, in the last goddamn hour, I am in France, where my only goal is to be mistaken as a Frenchman. I do the most American thing possible. I fucking scratched the car. I don't even know how much this is worth yet, by the way. I don't know. I got all the insurance. I don't know how much.
Well, he's got the money to pay for it, so he's good.
How much this costs? Yeah, I haven't found out. And then I finally find the keypad thing. I park the car, and at this point I'm like depressed because I left my family. All right, I've scratched the fucking car. I smell like cigarettes. I didn't even get mistaken as a Frenchman the whole week. I'm just sad. So I walk into the airport, and for whatever reason, security's just backed up. It's 5 a.m. There's so many people. And the French TSA agents, if I can do a quick rant, oh my God, are they miserable. They are miserable people.
Worse than American TSA? I don't know.
People. The French TSA agents, they feel like the smug French stereotype distilled into a human. So I'm in line.
That's so bad.
And I do everything I'm supposed to do. Right?
That's so bad.
I'm not trying to get no smoke. I take out my fucking laptop. I take out my Switch. You know, I take everything out of my pockets. I'm not trying to fuck around. But there's this family in front of me who's having a bit of trouble. Right? And it's this larger, it's like 4 or 5 person large family. And it's a Chinese family.
Oh,
and it's
no.
the grandma specifically who's like, she's just beeping. I don't know what it is, but she's going through the metal detector. She's beeping. And so then
and the French don't typically like Chinese, especially if you don't speak English at all or French at all. It's no good.
French woman, she hits one of these.
C'est pas bon.
Brings her over to the pat down. And so I go through the metal detector, I'm fine. But my bag gets pulled aside. I don't know why. I literally have no idea. And so I'm just sitting there and my bag's waiting. And so I'm just watching this unfold. And the lady's doing the same thing. She would do the back presses, and then she'd be like, lève ta pied, like lift your foot. And then the lady like clearly doesn't speak French. So the TSA agent would be like, please lift your foot, madame, your foot, thank you. And then finally, like, you know, it's all done. Family goes. And that's the lady who's supposed to help me with my bag. And as she walks over, I shit you not, as she walks over, she goes, le chinois. which is the Chinese.
See? What did I just say? What did I just say about the French and the Chinese? Or Asian? Who knows? Maybe it's just not the family who went in front of them weren't even Chinese. Who knows? But the French just don't like Chinese.
curse the Chinese for inventing gunpowder. That's what she says walking over. And I'm like, whoa, out of pocket? You know? I mean, to be fair, she also said the Americans. So I don't think it's specifically against the Chinese. I think she hates all people that aren't French and don't speak perfect French. So I'm stressed. So she has my bag. She's like, she lifts the bag and she, without looking up at me, goes, "Bonjour, monsieur." And at this point, I'm conditioned. Because I've been to St. Paul de Vence. I know what to say. So I go, "Bonjour, madame." And I don't know if it's because I smelled like cigarettes or because I looked like I wanted to kill myself. But she says in French, she goes, "Finally, a French person." And it took a racist TSA agent to get mistaken as a Frenchman. She reaches into my bag. Do you know the thing that triggered my bag to get pulled aside? She pulls it out. It was a little jar of foie gras, which is like one of the most iconic French dishes.
What?
And she goes, she pulls it out, and in French again, she goes, "Ah, you know the best." And then she puts it back in the bag. And I'm sitting there conflicted. Because on one end, I did it. I got mistaken as a Frenchman. All I had to say was, "Bonjour, madame," and then "Merci, au revoir." On the other hand, she was probably racist.
Yeah.
But I did it. Hey, we take that. That's you know what? Maybe we take that. I don't know. I did take my bag, and then I took my ass over to the US of A. And I think from now on out, I have to correct myself. I don't speak French like a 7-year-old. I speak French like a 5-year-old. But if it's with a racist, it might just be good enough to confuse them. So maybe, you know, we're working on it. It's a little level up. Baby steps, they say. Baby steps.
Just do Duolingo, Lud. Just do Duolingo. Okay, we're gonna go into Taylor Swift, baby. Okay, so Pierce Morgan is a fan of Taylor Swift? It's a Swiftie? Let's watch this.
Censored live from my sitting room.
Why is he orange? He got the Trump spray tan. Come on. He's orange.
I've got COVID, so I'm doing the show from home. But I'm joined by my pack, Talk TV contributor Esther Krakow, and the podcast from comedian James Barr. Well, welcome to both of you. Right, I want to talk Taylor Swift, who today was named Time Magazine's Person of the Year, beating off a lot of people from Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Zelensky. You know, you could put all sorts of world leaders in the mix. But she was the winner. Esther, are you a Taylor Swift fan? Should she have got this accolade? And what does it mean about her status in the pantheon of pop idols?
Well, I'm not a Taylor Swift fan just because I feel like if she was a man, she wouldn't get away with singing about her exes in the way that she does. I find her very, very, like a drunk white girl's dream.
Oh, come off it.
Oh, come on. What the fuck? She gets shit all the time for singing about her exes and shit like that. Men sing about their exes all the time and talk like derogatory shit about bitches and hoes and stuff. And that's fine. What?
I just, you know, it's weird, but she does deserve her success. She is now officially a billionaire. Her tour has raked in so much money. I mean, her tour has created many economic bubbles in areas that she's actually performed. So that is a feat of her own. But I do.
Why would you put a picture of Taylor Swift like this? This is doing her dirty. Come on.
More about society that this is the person that's woman of the year than person of the year than anyone else. I would personally go someone else. But
well, you see, all right. Well, let me bring in James. Now, James, you and I have locked horns about Madonna many times, but on this we may find some agreement because I actually think Taylor Swift, she's a brilliant singer-songwriter. I mean, one of the best there's been. She is a fantastic role model. I mean, you know, if you had a young daughter, you would love her to be a Swiftie because she represents all that's wholesome and good about the world, right? And not some of the idols that
I mean, her love life is
some of these rap stars.
Thank you.
But let me finish with James. But she's also turned out to be an incredibly savvy businesswoman. I mean, she's generating vast amounts of cash.
I got food.
I was told by someone in LA she makes
coffee.
more money than the Beatles pro rata did. Right, so there is a legitimate argument. She's now the biggest pop star there's ever been.
Right, I mean, she's on 200 billion, I think. Madonna is on total sales of 300 billion. Madonna has kind of hit her peak, and I saw the celebration tour last night. It was Soleil, But I think we Swifties know that Taylor Swift is not really even at her peak yet and is only just emerging into that peak period.
Let's go,
and the Eras
baby.
Tour is almost a best of. So what is next? Taylor Swift is just an icon. And Esther, I really think you need to spend some time healing your heart and listening to Midnights, because I know from off-air
Do you know what,
chats that
Esther?
we've both been going through a little bit of a difficult
What I would
time.
say,
And
Esther-
actually, you need some Taylor Swift.
Well, what I would say this to Esther: if James Barr and me agree about something, it is so unprecedented that you really ought to join the party.
Yeah, but Piers, the
Absolutely
only
not.
reason you like
No, but
Taylor is because she
I'm
was
sorry.
nice to you.
Taylor Swift's dating history is a complete dumpster fire. If she was my friend, I would be like, ma'am, we need to talk. You need to take a long break.
Who are you to judge? What the fuck? She's like, oh my god, I can't.
Stop singing about your exes. It's not cute. It's strange.
No, it's not strange. She's such a hater. Whatever. Haters are gonna hate.
Listen, Taylor can do whatever the hell she wants, and actually it is cute because she is finally breaking the patriarchal boundaries and saying, you know what, women are allowed to express their feelings. It's actually so patriarchal. I can't believe you're the Piers Morgan on the Piers Morgan show right now, Esther.
Well,
because
listen, it's a good
literally
look.
Taylor Swift is
Piers
breaking
Morgan has never
boundaries.
looked so good.
She's calling out a well, I don't know about the
I've never felt so rough doing a show, I can tell you that.
Well, yeah, you win some, you lose some.
Here's the point, Esther, I would make about her. Is that I read an amazing stat that not only did she sell out this tour around the world to huge stadiums night after night, but the merchandise average spend per fan who bought a ticket was over $230 a head. Per person.
You could give me her tickets for
this is
free and I still
and then
wouldn't.
then she released a movie of the concert, and that was one of the biggest movie hits of the year. I mean, everything she touches is gigantic.
Well, she
gold.
And I think she's a good role model.
Well, the thing is, her brand is is genius, right? Because she's very relatable. She is literally every drunk white girl's dream. She has terrible.
Why she gotta bring up the whole like drunk white girl shit? Like she's all types. She's a superstar around the world. It's not just white girls that like her.
Relationships.
Oh my God.
She's not perfect. Hasn't had a
She's in a
Kardashian-esque
great relationship.
BBL.
I feel
Well, but the thing
very
is, she hasn't
attacked
had
as
a lot of
drunk white
surgery
girl.
done. She is just a
Final word
relatable
to
girl.
James. All right, hang on, don't talk over each other. Final word to James. She's got a hunky new football star boyfriend. She's got it all now, right?
Yeah, she's walking around with her next album ready to go when that relationship may or may not end. But Taylor Swift is an icon. She's amazing. I love her so much. Esther, I don't know what music you're listening to, but it might be time to
Bob
become a
Marley.
Swiftie.
All right, we've got to wrap it up. James, let's end while you're on a high. We agree. Esther, you're wrong. That's it for tonight.
Yeah, she is. She's a hater. Whatever. Okay, we're gonna watch this. I should probably subscribe.
She's brought so many people together.
Okay.
She's been this sort of light in the world this year. She's brought so many people together.
Thank you for writing music that expresses.
Be right back. I'm
feelings
getting
nobody else
my
can
coffee.
express.
It's more of like a community too. It's not even
My
just
Starbucks.
her.
It just made me feel like I wasn't alone, and I wasn't crazy for feeling the way that I was feeling.
We grew up together. We all went through the same things together.
It's a massive stadium, and it feels like you're with her one-on-one.
Friendship bracelets are a huge part of the Eras Tour. These bracelets are so important. Exchanging special handmade friendship bracelets. It all goes back to Taylor's song, You're on Your Own Kid.
So my friends and I got tickets to the Eras Tour. We had about 200 bracelets made. We just couldn't stop. We really just had a good time doing it. You realize 200 bracelets was way too many for us to all bring and trade. Kim actually came up with the idea to put them on Etsy and sell them. I went to bed, woke up the next morning, and we had over 300 bracelets on order.
I was just refreshing the Etsy page, and I could see the sales going up. It was like 5, 6, 7. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to make 200 bracelets tomorrow morning. And then finally, like, okay, we shut it down. We only have to make like 50. And we're like, okay, we can do that.
50 back then was so many. We weren't expecting to get much money, a couple $100 at the most. This morning I ran the numbers and we're at $19,000 in sales.
Holy shit.
The Eras Tour is my Roman empire. I think about it all the time, every day. I hear a song,
that's a great bracelet song. That's a good thing to put on a bracelet. This business definitely keeps us in touch. 2 of us live in Massachusetts, the other 2 live in Connecticut. Now we have to meet up and trade bracelets, drop off, talk almost every single day. Keep making more songs, Taylor, so we can keep making more bracelets.
I have to heat this up.
I went to the Reputation tour. I was right
So
next
did
to
I.
a security guard. So we struck up a conversation, and he told me about the gig that he had. A couple years later, I found some free time, so I picked up that job, ultimately to try and work a Taylor Swift concert.
During a sold-out show, security guard and self-proclaimed Swiftie Calvin Dinker was working on the floor.
I worked kind of right along the edge of her stage. After night 1, I made little pieces of paper that asked the audience if they could take photos of me with Taylor Swift in the background and text it to me. When she came right behind me, there were a ton of fans, and I had to look at the fans. I saw all of their faces light up when she gets near them, and it was just a sight, even if I wasn't looking at her on that stage.
Oh, there's tissue on the floor.
So I think the squeal is Mom.
They had me kneel up on the stage, and I see Taylor Swift coming toward me.
This has become a special moment every night at the Eras Tour.
That's
Each
sweet.
night Swift picks a young fan to give that hat to during the song 22.
Everything I do is handmade.
Love
and
that
it's like a
song.
beautiful process because it's more intimate, my connection with the hat. I was already working with Taylor's wardrobe team, and they approached me to do the classic fedora for the video for 22. The connection that she has with her fan in that moment, it was so emotional for me to see. It was so beautiful. Taylor's been empowered so many women with her music, and to me, be a part of that. Always I'm trying to empower women with my craftsman and be together. It's so beautiful to me.
Aww. What the fuck? 5.7 billion boost to the US economy generated by fans spending an estimated 93 million per Eras show. Holy fuck.
I always knew from like the moment I wanted to propose, I wanted to do it at a Taylor Swift concert. I just never thought it would, you know, I was like, what are the logistics of that? How long am I willing to wait?
It's a once in a lifetime type of thing. I was like, okay, I've got to figure
That's
out
so
how
cute.
to go in with the ring. One, I need to see where exactly in the lyrics I have to kneel down to, you know, nail it.
All I could think of is what is the line I need to go down on one knee on?
That's fucking genius. Guys.
2 to 3 weeks before
Guys.
the actual date of the tour. Yeah, I never told you this. I would play the song whenever I would go to
Oh,
work.
so
and
he'd
whenever I would
know.
come back, just to make sure, okay, this is the part that I have to kneel down.
That's so sweet. Guys! Oh!
You got so many different angles of the proposal. I have some of them saved as like Swiftie section 326.
I mean, I've never seen so much brightness and glitter around all in one spot. I've never been a part of such a supportive community like that.
I just knew that when I proposed to Nick, I needed Taylor to be a part of it because she's been such a momentous, impactful person for Nick his whole life. And as much as I love her too, it just felt like this is something I want Nick to remember forever. I want everything he loves to be.
That's so
a
cute.
part of the experience.
That makes me want to cry. But I can't because I got makeup on.
She's been there on the hardest days of my life, and she's been there for the best days of my life.
For her to be able to successfully relate to so many people in the way that she has, it's amazing.
We are a Swiftie stream. We are a Swiftie community. Oh my god, let's go to Last of Us. What episode was this? Was it episode 3? Yeah, it was episode 3. I fucking cried so hard. It was such a good episode. And I was like, so unexpected. Like a zombie movie. I'm so excited for The Last of Us season 2.
And who knows to pair a rabbit with a Beaujolais?
I know I don't seem like the type.
No, you do.
That scene, obviously, it's the same shots, but Bill's closer, everything's changed, the world is different. It's day and night as well, but literally in the other way around. You know, it's a night scene at the end and it's a day scene at the beginning. You might think that it's night and scary and dangerous, and then it turns to day when they're all in love. But it's not that kind of world, and it's not that kind of story.
As a prosthetics department, for us, it was great that we were able to do some really beautiful, subtle character work and aging work with two very well-known actors. Would be very much part of the storytelling, really, so you could actually tell this passage of time.
I thought of it as beautiful. I mean, obviously, as a gay man, I was talking about a story that I understood, not the zombie part of it, but the fact that there was a love that could be found at any point in your life. I think that was another thing that really affected people.
That's
I had
sweet.
Lots and lots of messages from people about the fact that they were two grey-haired, middle-aged men, and that was something that people really loved.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, I'm Peter Hoare. I'm the director of The Last of Us, Episode 3, Long, Long Time.
My name is John Pano. I was the production designer on the first season of The Last of Us.
Hi, my name is Barry Gower, and I'm the prosthetics designer for HBO's The Last of Us, and this is Variety's Making a Scene.
I've been staring at this the whole time. Is it antique?
Murray had been recommended to Craig by HBO because he had just done spectacular work on The White Lotus.
Mm-hmm.
And they would
He's so good at playing a gay character. Apparently he's like straight in real life. What?
I mean, Nick wasn't to be the character first of all. We had another actor, and I think it's all out in the open now. It's an actor called Con O'Neill, who's phenomenal. He was in Chernobyl with Craig. I since worked with Con, and we've talked about it many times. COVID was fully responsible for that not happening, but you know, it seems so moot to talk about that because Nick is phenomenal. And as a director, if I look at an actor doing their thing, and I think to myself, they own this now. I cannot imagine anybody else playing this game. That is the best reaction you can have. And I totally got that with Nick.
Haven't eaten in 2 days. Doesn't sound very long out loud, does it?
There's a moment, very important moment outside where both men sense something about each other. So when they get inside, the minute that food comes out and Frank sees it and Frank sees Bill with it, everything changes.
It's kind of like the dining room your parents had.
Wait, oh my god, I'm totally gonna rewatch the 3rd episode after I stream.
Allowed to go.
Wait, are we allowed to watch that on stream? Can we do that? I mean, Will Neff like watches like Survivor on stream and he doesn't get like clapped for it. Can I watch HBO? Can I watch that on stream?
Went to, and you never eat there. He eats in the kitchen and monitors the TVs. So it's very much like that's for the good company. But it is very much based on what a real colonial house layout would be.
Frank is going, I think I know a little bit about you that you may not even know about yourself. So much is said in that scene, or rather not said, and understood between the two men, that it's a really, really powerful moment.
Oh my god. It's my favorite.
The piano scene was shot in a few takes. It wasn't complicated for us, it was for them emotionally. We just decided we had to use all 3 cameras and record it all at once. So we just didn't want to be in a situation where the moment was go again in a different position, go again, here's a third shot, so we set the 3 cameras up in very simple places. And of course, the actual moment of revelation where Frank says, well, who was the girl that you were singing about? And Bill says, there is no girl. And Frank says, I know. And
oh my god, that episode was so good.
There's not a dry eye in the house. One thing we managed to do was get them music lessons, and they were both going in different directions. So Nick had to learn to be better, and Murray had to learn to be worse.
And you were my purpose.
We decided to shoot the final scene in very similar ways. So both table scenes had similarities. But at the end, Frank is sat in his usual seat, which is, of course, wonderful because, it was never his usual seat, but it is now. And he's looking around in a different way. And there's a different sentiment. There's a different feeling of him. He's sort of more content. And the house hasn't effectively changed, but it's how he sees it. The way he sees the house has changed.
Frank has been there. He is sartorial and artistic, and certainly doesn't want to live in some grandma's house. So he has slowly convinced Bill to hang some of his artwork, a lot of flowers and plants. And he's making it a home. He's making it a home for a couple.
He'd learned to adapt into Bill's life just as much as Bill had learned to adapt into Frank's, and that's the perfect relationship. I remember thinking how beautifully Murray had played his reaction to Nick's or Bill's choice to go with him. And but thinking, and this is a horrible thing to say now because it obviously worked so well, but thinking that maybe it was too emotional, maybe Frank should be more stoic maybe, or just sort of like be on the edge, more contained in that emotion. And I went and gave that note, and I said, it's not right or wrong, but I just said, Murray, maybe there's an option here to do that. And he went, oh yeah, I understand. I see what you mean. Yeah,
I'm gonna ruin my makeup.
It's not quite as an emotional thing as you think. Okay, I get that. Every time they played that scene, Nick was so touching, and Murray was so immersed in it that it just happened. And I went over to him to say, don't worry. And Murray just went, I can't do it. And his tears were falling and flowing.
We're gonna make friends. We don't have friends, Frank.
For the most part, for this episode, we're outside the desiccated world of The Last of Us. So we were able to make another microcosm world that is taking place in our story.
It's hard for Bill to take anyone in. It's not his way. He lives alone. It's his mother's house. He's built this fortress and he's safe and he's alive. And so he doesn't need anybody.
I'm not wearing waterproof mascara. What the
fuck? I told you a lot about him, but it wasn't on the nose. It was great to make it feel like a mausoleum almost. Again, it said a lot about him. It said everything about him. This kind of architecture, this kind of place doesn't exist in Calgary. So it had to be made from scratch on a TV schedule. And it was built from scratch in an abandoned housing development. So we had the roads and the sidewalk, and that was it. Everything else was put in.
You may well have heard this many times before, but episodic TV, even at HBO, is relentless. It has to happen. You've got this many weeks to prep, you've got this many weeks to shoot.
I think we only had about 6 to 8 weeks to put it all together. And that includes Bill's house. Actually, parts of the first floor were realized at the location. And then, of course, we have all the interiors that were on stage sets. And that is just challenging, timeline. But we were ready to shoot. There certainly was VFX work, but we would dress things up to 10 to 12 feet. Part of the roofs on some of the buildings were not built, and they were put in with blue screen just to save time and money. But then we would go in and add vines. Our greens department would, desiccate everything. We'd put dirt and rubble. We'd spray things down. We'd spray the fences down. We'd knock a few rails here and there out. But the majority of the big picture stuff was VFX.
These aren't yours.
My mother's. Could you not?
This is you.
So the use of Linda Ronstadt was always there. It was in the script. It was Craig's choice. And I loved the fact that whilst Craig is a genius, he still had to go and ask his friend for some advice, his musical genius friend. Craig just said, look, here's the story. This is why it matters. This is what I want to find. I want to feel. I want a piece of music from the past that feels right for Bill, that feels, you know, in that world, but yet is very emotive and sort of layered and mysterious and all of that. And he did all of that, and then this man goes, oh yeah, easy, long time, Linda Ronstadt. And I think actually, I may be wrong, but I think to Craig even, it was like, oh, I don't know that one. I know Linda Ronstadt, but I don't know that one. And heard it and went, spot on, this is perfect.
Is it antique?
1948.
Wow. You know how much these are worth?
Currently nothing.
In the game, there's an entry screen to the game, which is a blowing open window. And it's a very sort of like melancholy, sunny but scary moment because the whole world is decayed. We talked about trying to include that. I mean, Craig was quite keen to have it on every episode, but he didn't know how and where. But I knew that there was a way to bring us back full circle at the very end, because the last shot as scripted was Joel and Ellie driving away into the sunset playing Linda Ronstadt. And I just thought, I know how I can deliver on this sort of idea of this blowing window. So much of that shot as well was pulled together. We built that window because the window that we did have in the real house or the set didn't face in the right direction.
To get that angle, we made a flat. We just copied a wall in the interior and put it on scaffolding or lined it up for what Peter and Eben and Craig wanted to show. Yeah, cinema trickery.
So we worked from the view between the other two buildings and said, can you build us a window here? And they went, okay. And then we were like, can you actually not build it there? Can you put it a bit higher? And we're like, okay, yeah. And can you paint the inside? Because I want to see the curtain and wallpaper. We wanted a dolly shot, so they had to get the dolly up there as well. It's a very good example of how all the departments work together to get something, because the art department built the wall, the grips built the rig, and the construction built the rig, and then we had to cover it. We had to get all of the lighting had to work, the interior lighting. And then the actual view of the truck, Joel and Ellie driving away, is all CG because we couldn't see enough through it. We drove the actual truck out and it disappeared. So they just said, we can make that better. We'll just do it all again. And they made it even more glowing and gorgeous and sunny and light. So everybody was involved in that shot to make it perfect.
Just give me one more good day.
The reaction to the episode was quite simply astounding. I get reviews, as you can imagine. There's a review in the Guardian or in the New York Times or whatever.
Bro, everyone was freaking out about it.
And you get that, but that's like a professional opinion. But what I really loved was that people recorded themselves watching the show for the first time. And there were so many that moved me. I mean, they moved me because they were moved and we could see the tears building and, you know, getting more and more into it. So that was really, really gratifying, actually, and it may well be the only time it ever happens in my career, but I cherish that.
Such a good episode. So this is Pedro Pascal and Steven Yeun. I think he was one of the main characters on Walking Dead. So I guess they're both going to talk about being on zombie shows. Hold up.
When it premiered on AMC.
Let's start
I have to say this because I started The Walking Dead when it premiered on AMC, and I remember.
Yeah, wasn't Pedro Pascal also on The Walking Dead? I'm not sure.
Noticing you and being like, this is gonna sound really obnoxious, like I'm trying to sign you or something like that.
I'll take it. I'll take all this. Thank you.
5%.
Yeah, all right. I got you. Oh, that's not bad. I'll take that.
Why is everyone got to talk about 5%?
Yeah.
It's like Trisha Paytas.
How much did you know about The Last of Us?
I didn't know about the game when they got in touch with me about the project. I hadn't heard of it, but I learned like immediately what it was what the context was, the first thing that came to me were just the scripts written by Craig Mazin, and I should have assumed that it was connected to some serious IP because the word was like immediately present and really rich and cool, and I was like, this story is amazing.
I saw a man kill his own brother to save her while I just watched. And today I thought that dog was gonna tear her apart because it smelled something on her.
And my nephews were like, it's a video game, you idiot. It's amazing. If you
So
don't do
amazing.
it, we won't talk to you anymore.
I feel weirdly connected to you in multitude of ways, but one is when I was shooting a show that is kind of spiritually connected to your show, Walking Dead.
Yeah.
I remember, like, I don't remember what season it was, but the game came out, and I remember I played it 12 hours straight.
Really?
Down to that last, like, I don't know if you've played it, but
This
like
is part 1.
Yeah, where you just push the characters forward as they're having that last beautiful scene you have.
Are you serious?
Yeah, nothing happens. You just walk through the forest.
You've told me more about the game than the creator of the video game.
Oh no, it was beautiful. I remember finishing it and then coming to set the next day being like catatonic, just like, guys, I just experienced something.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you get to a certain point, but you still have to basically play, but you're not fighting anything or looking for anything. You're just having them
moving.
But it's not a scene in the video game. You actually have to.
You have to control the person and you just walk
Wow.
through the forest.
My question is, if I were to decide to watch an episode tonight's stream, or even start one episode now, like, I don't know how long it is. I gotta go check on my HBO. Am I allowed to do that? I know Will Neff does it for Survivor, and he doesn't get copyright struck. Or is it because he's talking through it? Like, talking enough through it or something like that? I don't know. Because I don't want to talk too much throughout the episode. It's so good. But I don't know. Because I really want to watch episode 3 back. But I feel like if I were to do something like what Will Neff does, he like watches the Survivor show. I should probably start in the beginning, right? Like episode 1 and then episode 2 and then episode 3. Maybe we could do episode 1 later. And then later this stream, and then tonight we could do episode 2, and then tomorrow we could do episode 3. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna think about
Real
it.
time. It was amazing.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and then to see you play that, like, you know, I'll pivot right now away from the thing because, like, for me, I want to gush about you. I think, like, you're so immense and incredible. You fall into your characters in a way that I think is so gracious. Is it the right word?
I'll take it. I love the word gracious.
Yeah. What a joy to have a scene partner that was immersed in the role and the moment and the space with you. That those are the blessings where you're like, oh, we're in.
And think about how scary it was, frankly, to know that you were going to go into an experience that was a 12-month kind of away from home experience with a teenager.
I came here to talk to you.
No way, you're still here. If you're gonna ditch me, ditch me.
What exactly did you hear?
Bella Ramsey was incredible with you, and like, yeah, you're like,
and I was like,
in it.
I could tell she was cool. I knew that.
Yeah.
She was casting the part before I was. And I don't know how they knew how to put these sort of two pieces in place, but I'm not surprised that it started with Bella. And I couldn't have asked for a more anchoring, generous, thoughtful teenager. And I don't mean to say that in a patronizing way, but it's just the way it is, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
They had their 18th birthday while we were shooting, and that just could have sucked.
I know what you mean. If there's like any type of not groundedness there, maturity there,
Yeah,
like,
they're more grounded than anyone would deserve them to be in a way, you know? I relied on Bella for so much of the experience, and it was weird because it was easy for us to kind of focus on what we were meant to fulfill and the kind of chemistry we were supposed to have. And we both really sort of scared and shy about that. But I guess, like, Bella just inspired me to be mature about it psychologically in a way.
I know what you mean, because, like, sometimes these questions ask of you, like, did you have the best time with your co-star?
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm gonna tell you, like, the version that you probably want to hear, which is like, yes, I did.
Yeah.
But, like, there's the other version, which is like, you're experiencing this thing together that has, like, levels to it.
Totally.
And sometimes someone's gonna come in a subconscious way or in a conscious way with a specific mood, and you're gonna have a mood, and you're working together.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can pull out the performances that y'all pulled out together between you two. You have to have a full range of experience together. That last frame when she's looking at you to see if you're telling the truth, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's a whole journey lived together.
Hi. Invalid Verde? I don't know. They both need to do a zombie show together. I agree with that, like a proper one, but I think they were both on The Walking Dead. But I think the Asian dude, Steven Yeun, had a bigger role in it, if I'm not incorrect. I'm going to look that up. Hold on.
Yeah.
All shades.
Yeah.
That's badass.
Yeah. It was cool. I will say that I really don't think I've met anybody like Bella in that.
Yeah, he was one of the main characters.
Sort of inspired.
I don't know if Pedro
They brought the
Pascal
best
was.
out
I think he might have
as a
been.
person.
And that is the journey that Joel goes on.
I know.
He's so good. He's so good. We just watched a video of like episode 3 of The Last of Us. And I was like crying, like I was like tearing up because it's such a good episode, even though Pedro Pascal really wasn't in it very much. It's just a beautiful episode. And I'm like, I'm not wearing waterproof mascara, so I'm like, I can't cry. And I'm thinking, and it dawned on me, right, because people already had a perception of Joel because The Last of Us is the top 5 game of all time, and he nailed that role. Yeah, he's so good. He's like perfect. And so is Bella. She's great too. So I'm excited for season 2. I believe that they're filming already. But what I'm thinking is that I want to rewatch this series, and I'm trying to think if I can watch it on stream without getting copyright struck. Because, like, I know Will Neff watches Survivor on his show. So, like, why can't I do it? Adult Ellie. I never played the video game, so I don't know if they're gonna recast her or I don't know. I don't know how that works. Is it the blonde? Wait, what? Can you link it? I'm not really sure.
Give it to them. But, like...
I mean, and the symbiosis is, they have their own, growth from that experience too. That's why this stuff is so strange to me sometimes. Like, you work with like a deer or something, or like an animal, or like a young child, and it's so scary because you're like, they'll tell you if you're fake every time. If you're a liar, like they'll tell you every time.
Yeah.
That's gnarly.
Can I ask about Allie?
Yeah.
Because ultimately, in the most fulfilling way, your characters are sharing the screen and a part for so much of it. How much proximity did you have with one another through the experience before you actually had to confront each other as characters?
We worked on tangential things. We did Tuca and Birdie together, but we never were in the same room.
Oh my God.
We didn't even do like a big press tour because Tuca and Birdie was mostly her and Tiffany Haddish. Allie was just someone that I always kind of like looked I remember when her first special came out, Baby Cobra, I was like, whoa, who is this person? And especially for an Asian American voice, I was like, yo, we needed you so bad. And I remember reaching out to her, and we connected here and there, but we never really hung out or talked to each other much. What's really fun about Allie is that she is my inverse in a lot of ways. And, you know, when we were approaching shooting this, I would always notice that, like, we kind of had like different entry points for the same thing, but we would end up at the same place. And I was like, ooh, this is going to be really interesting. And a very yin-yang situation that way.
All your hard work paid off, right? You're fulfilled.
Why do you care?
I just want to know if I got to get to where you are.
I think a more naive, less experienced version of myself, younger, I would have like tried to force some sort of chemistry or like let's hang out and let's do the thing. But there was this level of professionalism there too that felt like Allie was going to take care of her side, I was going to take care of my side, and then every time we come together, there's going to be this like interesting tension. And we weren't doing any like method things, because like in between takes, what I love about Allie is she'll like pull you aside, pull out mics, and just like talk shit. And like not about people, but just like talk shit. And that
talk shit about people.
Oh yeah, we were talking shit.
Love talking shit about people.
We were talking mostly shit about people. But like creating that environment that, frankly, I'm not personally used to. I experienced that type of environment on Walking Dead, and then afterwards, I kind of like maybe to connect it to
this is the first episodic television that you've done since The Walking Dead.
Which like in some ways, TV, like you do have to submit to family. Right, you're just there for a long time. Whereas film, I feel like you can kind of like live in your isolation and then leave.
Right. It really is brilliant writing, because the two opposing figures of your show finally end up, you know, in nature together, on nature. Where was it on the schedule? Did you guys, was it towards the end?
So the schedule was gnarly because we block shot most of the thing. And so you're sitting there like, one day is like, I'm doing a scene from episode 5, 8, and 2. And I'm like, what the hell is happening?
On a day?
On a day.
Oh, man.
But the thing is it kept us honest, and Sonny, Lee Sung-jin, our writer and creator, he wrote something airtight where you could just enter in and like it works. But episode 10 we shot by itself.
Okay.
We got to say like, this is just for episode 10.
That's very smart.
And Sonny directed it.
Where in the process of shooting was it?
It was at the very end.
Okay.
Yeah. We like saved it for the end.
That's smart.
Yeah.
It translates.
Right?
Yeah.
And we just had a time. We just had a great time.
Well,
and
it's so dropped in at that point in a way that it has to be for the story.
Yeah.
I'm begrudgingly giving it to the writers. Because when I said that I hate to give it to them, I wasn't talking about Bella. I was talking about the creators of the show. But yeah, getting them super sick and high together was like bringing them to their knees in a way that
total submission.
Total submission, like physical, out of the ass, out of the mouth, out of the mind, out of the heart submission. Was really the only way it could go, and it was so
well. It mirrors.
Huge.
For me, I look at that your finale in the same way, leading, you know, having known the story, like leading to this, you know, I'm doing this for a reason. I have a mission. I have a goal. You're just tagging along, or I have to deliver this good, and then to like take that whole arc and land it in that last episode, and then like make that turn where you become conscious of what they're gonna do was amazing. And you haven't seen it? You crushed it.
I haven't.
You haven't seen it? You fucking crushed it, Pedro. You crushed it. Hell yeah! Congrats.
Thanks, man.
But yeah, like you can see the lived in. It didn't feel like chummy. It felt very lived in.
We both have good finales.
Yeah.
Aren't we lucky?
Yeah, super lucky. Super lucky. Super lucky.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, excellent.
I saw it all up until it's just this bizarre. I haven't done anything for that amount of time before, and so my attachment to the experience is something, and it's a strange thing. Kind of later, you know, as a guy who's pushing 50, like to feel this very, very kind of like innocent, semi-angry, emotional attachment to an experience that is over, you know? It continues, I understand, but like there will never be another sort of like meeting Bella for the first time, working with Craig with the entire crew, my friend Coco who did my hair, and the whole sort of like family experience of it, which we've had in the past, but this was something that I haven't been able to let it go in a weird way. And I don't like getting kind of emotional about work. I think a lot of effort will go into a kind of sort of detachment, because the practical issue is that you never know what's going to happen. Things change, different people, different places, from one thing to the next, you know? And this one has been like, it's different. And that could just be because it was 12 fucking months.
It could be, and it also could be, I relate to you in what you're talking about as coming over here, feeling like an outsider. Living in the gap, like seeing.
Still.
Yeah, same. Like I'm on this gap rail and I can't leave. And experiencing life from that place and the humanity that comes from that place. And then in that same way, you know, I got to experience Walking Dead.
Thank you for being cognizant of that. No
if I had been on the
spoilers.
show, I think, especially at that time, as an Asian American actor.
You shoot me.
Whoa. Hold up. That was a lot of stimulation. I'm trying to do watch party, so I think Will's able to do it because Survivor is on available on Amazon Prime Watch Party. But The Last of Us, it's available on Amazon Prime, but you have to either buy the whole season or start an HBO Max subscription, which I already have, but I can't connect it independently to my Amazon account. Or maybe there's a way to do it. I don't know. The fuck? Let's see. Okay.
The sound will help every soldier come running.
Yes,
Well, I think she'll be able to grow into it. From what I heard is that Bella, she binds her breasts in the season 1 to make her look younger, and she doesn't wear any makeup, kind of they try to play her younger. So I think maybe as she gets older, they're going to be able to use either prosthetics, or she's going to let her body show more, look more feminine. I don't know. Or not. They might change it, because you know how sometimes TV shows change things. Yeah, I think I saw an interview about Troy Baker, who voiced Joel. But I think Pedro Pascal fits the live action role. Isn't Troy Baker in it? In The Last of Us, he plays another character, doesn't he? Doesn't he play? He does. He plays as one of the cannibal survivalists in one of the episodes. But yeah, I think Pedro Pascal was a better cast as Joel.
Where this show was rendered in the world we know, I would have had a slot. There was a slot for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to experience it.
Agreed. Yeah, I knew about that too. Yeah.
And society was broken, and so there was no rules.
Like reinventing itself. Completely.
And our cast all the time we'd be like, none of us would be friends in real life.
Right.
In this
a world that wasn't broken.
Yeah. But we're all deeper friends now. I'm so deeply connected to all the people I experienced that show with, and I wonder if you're touching a similar thing.
Yeah.
With a post-apocalyptic world.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
Like you see people for people at that point.
Yeah.
And that's pretty fucking
There's like a crossover energy, you know,
yeah.
in terms of what the narrative is and like
Totally.
and what your brain's relationship to the experience is, because the crew, we were all just so close.
Was that deeply healing for you? Or
Yeah.
Same. I feel
It
that
really
same way,
was.
yeah.
And like we all kind of fell in love, I think. It was
Yeah.
like falling in love.
Yeah.
I have to say this because I started The Walking Dead when it premiered on AMC, and I remember just noticing you and being like, this is going to sound really obnoxious, and like I'm trying to sign you or something like that. But
I'll take it. I'll take all this. Thank you.
5%.
Yeah,
Everyone
all
else
right.
is
I
taking
got you.
10.
Oh, that's not bad. I'll take that.
I think I might just buy the whole season of The Last of Us, and just watch it on the watch party. Because it's not, I was looking into the numbers. I already pay for HBO Max. So I'm not going to subscribe. It doesn't let you link the accounts. So I'm not going to just start a Max subscription and have two. You know, it's just not worth it. I'm paying for 2 subscriptions. Why? So I might just buy the season. The question is, should I buy in HD or should I buy in SD? They're about, SD is $24.99, HD is $29.99. So $30 versus $25. I don't know. We'll think about it.
I only need 5%, and then we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But I was like, that guy's a star, and to engage your attention in something that is such a world, it's such a genre, and it could have been sort of like the character could have just easily worked without somebody who the camera just drinks in and is like so charismatic. So starting there, I've just been kind of unsurprised and drinking it in thereafter.
I appreciate it. I don't know if this is what it feels like for you, but like the journey continues to be a self-effacing one in a way. Like that's kind of what I mean by your graciousness, is that I don't see judgment in your performance. I see like real love in your performance. When I think about Mandalorian, people could get really trapped by that role, meaning who among us is brave enough and also I don't want to like gas you up too much, but like selfless enough.
That's what we're here for, I guess. This is fantastic.
But like selfless enough to go, I'm gonna enter this character that might not have my face be seen, and then still land it in a way that it doesn't trap you. It doesn't like these characters are kind of part of your journey, as opposed to these characters eat you.
Your observations are so good. What a word. What a fancy word. Good.
That's the best word.
Which I'm sitting here and trying to take that in, but the only thing that it's making me think is that kind of intelligent and astute observing is has so much to do with like what I see you do, and it helps me actually understand what it is that is so engaging and watchable, and which, not to limit it to any of that, but Beef is a perfect example of somebody who has just so much shit going on.
Yeah.
You know, so much, not in a world that he's not being chased by zombies, he's not flying a ship through the galaxies or any of these things, but there's just so much danger within the averageness of his life and the generosity of sharing that in the performance with us, being able to fulfill it, but ultimately like sharing it and inviting us into all of his intimacies, all of his self-loathing, all of his guilt, all of his rage. How many people have been like telling you their road rage stories? Because I have one.
Really?
It happened yesterday.
Oh my God, please.
This is not a lie. I promise you.
I had one yesterday too, actually.
Really?
It's just weird.
Yesterday was a day.
Yesterday was a day.
There was something going on, and I was in the car from 11 in the morning to 11 at night yesterday. So it was my fault. I've had like 3 kind of incidences.
Yeah, all right, that's fair.
They've all been my fault. But yesterday, I cut somebody off to get out of their way.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't like cause an accident, but I was like, I saw an opportunity. I got in. This person really didn't want me to do that. I got out of his way and then got into the left turn lane. And he was like, she, I don't know. I didn't really see them. Laying on the horn. I was like, get it out. My little sister was next to me in the passenger seat. And I was like, yeah. You know, that kind of thing. And then I hear her go, oh my God. And I look over and there is a big glob of saliva. Like, just like somebody, like visual effects put it there, man.
Damn.
It was, and just dripping down the side of the passenger window. My sister was like, fuck.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So like a glob from the driver's side, he just like honked a hard loogie at you?
Spit at me.
What did you do?
I was in shock.
Right. Yeah.
It didn't trigger any kind of rage out of me. It
Yeah.
triggered like, whoa, I guess I really crossed the line.
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I thought I was just getting into the left-hand lane. It absolutely kind of humbled me and shocked me, scared me a little bit, disturbed me, didn't make me angry. And I'm quick to anger.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if like your consciousness about like not like reacting to that negatively is you recognize that person's trying to connect with you in some way. You know what I mean?
They want me to drink in their saliva.
Yeah,
literally.
Like they just spit like
It
their
made me
fluids
feel
at
guilty.
You.
I was like, gosh, people are going through shit.
Yeah, especially yesterday. I got flipped off yesterday.
Dude, yesterday
Yeah.
was crazy.
It was a crazy day.
We're gonna turn the whole actors on actors into a discussion on Los Angeles traffic.
Yeah,
it was really
nuts.
And the Matrix aspect of it, I was, watching Beef, and with this sort of like envy in terms of how much it reflects such a livable truth, a living truth, in day to day that can happen anywhere, but was happening to me yesterday. In Los Angeles.
Yeah. The task is always as difficult as it can be to not abandon your character. To like really live in their reality and like.
How do you approach that? Like where do you start with something like that?
I really look inward. I start inside. I go, where am I? Where is the part of me that deeply understands this person? Where is my Danny?
Right.
Where is that part of me that like feels isolated or alone or cringe or gross or whatever, and I would walk up to set every day being like, fuck, I gotta do what?
Right.
I gotta like get dropped from a tree and everybody's just watching and I look pathetic.
Yeah.
And like,
was that challenging, or did you see it as an opportunity to kind of like lean into the richness of that?
When I was younger as an actor, I always, and as a human, I was always like, why are things happening to me? And growing up and kind of maturing over time, and then also getting to do this work, you're like, oh, things are happening for me or through me. And I might have warred against being dropped from a tree like that and like hanging in front of everybody and just like looking super pathetic and dumb. I remember constantly saying like, I see Ben Stiller, I see what like Meet the Fockers must have been like, just to get shit on the whole movie. And it was this thing where I had to use my own shame that I'm sure was connected to Danny in that way, where you're like, don't ever bail on Danny, don't ever bail on yourself, don't ever bail on people. I think that's the thing, is like, it's easy to bail these days, especially forever, but like it's really easy to bail.
Totally, and not look at things.
Yeah.
I think that I underestimate the kinds of things that you need to confront so that you can fulfill an assignment.
Yeah.
I love the kind of ugliness / vulnerability generally in characters I've seen you play, and also, bringing kind of a layer of humanity to something that is sort of a silhouette of heroism, I'm curious about how much you have to deal with yourself to, like I said, fulfill an assignment.
Yeah.
And because I don't like actually dealing with myself very much. You know,
Same.
I don't want to cause harm.
No.
I don't want to. You know, I don't like drama, but gosh, I'm not into challenges. I think I'm not. I don't know.
But you keep throwing yourself headlong into them, right?
Right,
Like,
right.
you know, the way you approach Joel, the performance that I saw the whole time was like to have this depth of like pain, guilt, shame, sadness, everything just repressed down that you could just stand there in the frame and it goes, that says everything. And that's a lot of internal work.
Raiders attacked the hospital. I barely got you out of there. We'll find you some new ones on the way.
Are people hurt?
It's kind of fun to have the permission.
When he lied to her at the end, I was like, oh my God. He really loves
to,
her,
like,
and he
feel-
can't risk losing her.
Everything, contain it or express it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm super envious of a part like yours in Beef, and the idea of like, I was listening to your show's creator, and it said, yes, we know Steven is amazing, and we know he can do everything, but you still haven't seen everything that he can do, and here is a range that has always been there that not everyone is aware of, and
Thanks, honey.
but it's
Process
clear
is
though,
really-
like I admire you very much.
Same. And I think I think there's like a congruent, not similar process. Everybody has a different thing, but like I really understand what your process might be. I really admire what you're doing because it's not, because you know, there's a technicality to this job where, you know, you gotta do, there's a base layer of like what you gotta be proficient in. And then after that, it just becomes like a study of yourself. It becomes like at least for me, it feels like a study of yourself, which then as you go deeper into yourself, you realize it's everyone. I remember Andrew Cooper was our set photographer who is like, only does like movies for like Scorsese and like Tarantino. And he said he's never done a TV show. He's like, I'll shoot your show. And we're like, why? We're like, dope, we got Andrew Cooper to shoot our show. And I was like, oh, he's gonna show up like once or twice, snag some things and then leave. He was there every day. Wow. And he was just watching us. And I would just talk to him. I was like, at one point I was like, Andrew, why are you here? And he was like, I'm watching you guys. And I'm seeing what y'all are doing. And I remember him telling me, he's like, nah, like I see what you're doing already, but I love it. Don't bail on Danny.
Wow.
And that was really amazing for me to take that in, like,
and to be seen also, you know, because something that occurred to me when you were talking about you know, process, but also just basically, you know, playing your character and how as richly as you can, and how lonely it can kind of be, because all of this work sometimes in terms of the function of a set, time, lighting, I don't know, social dynamics that can overwhelm the energy of the experience, but you still have to do your job and be super vulnerable and get along and do this kind of social activity and also very specific work. And so it can become, in terms of, I don't know, maintaining a certain amount of concentration, two, just being in tune, like you say, and not bailing on the character. It's easy to bail, like we've already identified.
It really is.
But I didn't realize it could be, because I cared so much about acting my whole life, and I was like, and I have way too much I have too big of an ego and too much dignity, like that it doesn't matter how bad it is, it doesn't matter what it is, I'm gonna give it 100 and whatever percent, no matter if the camera's on me or off me. And then with age, I realize in some instances I've gotten kind of scared where phoning it in isn't necessarily, but I can feel like I'm not in it, and I don't know how to get in it, and I don't know what I haven't done or what I need to do to get in it, other than just sort of like breathe, not bail, and kind of let all the feelings of be and be present and everything like that.
And have those performances ended up being like some of the ones you watch back and you're like, I liked what I did there. I don't know how I did it, but I liked what I did there.
I have been watching less and less.
Same. It's almost the experience itself, right?
Yeah.
Like it's I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
And it isn't about I don't like watching myself because I really am conflicted. There's so much
I
more
can't
outside of you.
imagine being an actor and trying to like analyze yourself and watch yourself, because like, you know how when you get that phenomenon when you hear your own voice and you're like, that's what I sound like? It would be like that on steroids.
That goes into making something, and you want to honor and take in everyone's work. But that feeling that I get when I see myself, it takes me out of the experience in a weird way that I just don't have the patience for. Anymore, you know? I remember an episode in The Last of Us, and I'm dying in bed, on a dirty mattress, and I'm at the very beginning, but I know that the whole rest of the episode, like, I'm not in it. I was like, I finally get to enjoy this, show, because I'm not in. I was like really excited about that one premiering and turning the lights out and like turning my phone and like phone off and watching it, So anyway, the thing that I was trying to get to in terms of like how special it can feel, like somebody like Andrew Dominic, just kind of penetrating the loneliness of the experience a little in a way. It's like the psychological loneliness of it, and making you feel like it's not in vain. And of course it isn't, because we all the camera is taking it all in and we get to see it, but still it can be edited in a way that you don't, your performance can be editorialized in a way that you have no control over. You really kind of have to give it absolutely everything and then give it up completely.
Oh, the
so
first
it's nice
viewing of
for
things.
on the day for somebody to be like,
totally,
I see you.
Yeah, that's right. Like Andrew Cooper, that's what you're saying. Andrew
Yeah,
Cooper,
yeah.
He really, like, especially the guy who is seeing you, like who is like, he's seeing you, and he's seen so many things. It was really cool.
That is cool. You deserve it, man. He knows what he's looking at.
Oh man, he was incredible and like so integral to that process. It makes me just think about what it is that we do. Maybe I shouldn't have asked that. Maybe we should cut that. That's an impossible question. But how often does the day shape the performance, and how often do you let go to whatever the day is having you experience, even if it's not directly correlated to what's on the page? Like sometimes I walk in and I'll be like, I feel fucking bummed today.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, but that works.
Yeah. Totally.
And there's this subconscious process that happens, I feel like, that I'm not always aware of. But
interesting.
Like you're saying, like,
I think it's so smart to lean into the subconscious process, because I'm inclined to kind of control the experience, and the very painful growing experience of letting go of expectation, and for the benefit of the assignment, of the role of the performance, like realizing that you got to let go of the fact that we're losing the light, or that there are all of these different elements that are obstacles out of your control, and just kind of go with it. I almost feel like I need to talk to you beyond this conversation, so that you could, because I have more questions in terms of like, Steven, how do I deal with when this is happening?
Oh, I don't know. I just get things happen.
I can never.
What I'm getting at, like right where you're.
I can never, like, seeing like behind the scenes like BTS stuff where like there's like multiple cameras and you're doing like a really emotional scene. Like, how do you forget it's there? I feel like I couldn't. I'd be too cognizant and to evoke that emotion, like.
When you say kind of like letting go, there's so many different ways to sort of figure out how to have not the best experience, but just find the most practical way to fulfill an assignment.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel like where I got extremely lucky, and I've been very, very lucky my entire career, is that I got to work with this particular director, Lee Chang-dong, who basically we were about halfway through the movie that we were doing called Burning. He was just like, a movie makes itself. And I was like, okay.
Huh?
I was like, I don't know what that means, but okay.
Yeah.
And I would just watch him set up the pieces and then just like go, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And then know when he's not trying to control anything. Like I remember we did this one scene where like it's this like dusk scene that we only had like a 30-minute magic hour window to shoot every single time.
See, I
And
couldn't.
we
That's
shot that
too
over the
much
course of the
pressure.
week. We shot it. He watches it all back. He's like, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do it again. So we go the next week back and do the same thing, and then all of a sudden, one of the takes, a flock of geese fly past the reflect off the window pane. He's like, that's it. And I was like, okay. I mean, like that's not
No,
available to everybody.
No, of course not.
But
rarely, yeah.
Yeah, but that I was like, oh, I see. Sometimes.
So there's like an element of luck to it, I guess, is what he's saying. And I feel like every director is different. Like I've heard like some directors are like really intense and micromanage everything. So
Sometimes actually most of the time you're just dealing in letting go.
Yeah. It's so funny how hard that is.
So hard.
It's
so hard. Because you're just like, time is out. Like, do you have any? Has that happened to you on Last of Us? Like things where so out of your control, but then you're like, that made the show better.
Yeah, there were so many elements that were physical in terms of locations and light and weird weather patterns that weren't expected, and places where every year there's been snow and there wasn't, and you know,
And it's
perfect.
It's
Yeah.
like, it never snows here, but it snowed on
Yeah.
that one day
Yeah.
that we needed to shoot.
Right. Yeah.
That's
We didn't
awesome.
have any of that.
Okay. Damn it. It was just all fucks. It's like, fuck.
12 months of like, shit.
Oh well. I'm a huge fan of what you did in Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. You look like you had a fucking blast.
I had a really good time. I really did.
I don't know anyone else.
I have that watch.
Us
I think I have the same watch.
I really did.
I don't know anyone else that could have carried us as an audience through that journey.
Talk about an emotional experience, because that was the first job that I got during the pandemic, and it was also kind of like a ticket out of a very isolated place and into a world that you were afraid was disappearing in a way, in terms of basically going back to work and being around people.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And that it was also hilarious. And the homework for that, for me, I was born in 75, and I started taking, I was
75.
less than 2 years old when my family made it to, we got to Texas first, and you said that you guys, did you get to Canada?
And
then
Canada, yeah.
Canada from Korea.
It's 48.
And then from Canada to Michigan.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
Are they still in Michigan?
They're still in Michigan.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because we haven't even gotten into the whole, like, sort of bilingual, like...
that reality and
Yeah,
understanding
like,
that comes from that. Yes.
Being completely, like, as we would say in Chile, total gringos, and also like just a foot in so many different worlds, and how that informs the things that we do, and how it informs it in ways that we don't even fully understand yet. And anyway, I just like love sitting down with you, and I relate to you in so many ways.
Oh my God.
And it has a lot to do with that, I think. But back to The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
My joy was your joy. Like watching your joy on that film was like I was just like grinning ear to ear watching it.
That was totally the point. I felt that way, you know.
I've never seen that movie.
Growing up watching an actor like that, who kind of was breaking all the rules and informing us in his way, like what can be done on camera, as far as commercial, independent, action, you know what I mean, everything. He was still like, no matter, uncompromisingly sort of making choices. And I started to take that in at a really, really young age, so it was very weird to, that was like the the closest thing to myself that I'd ever done outside of the billions of dollars in the illegal weapons trade that the character was involved in.
I'm so glad to meet you now.
Me too. I've been watching your whole...
They're like gassing each other up like this whole like video. They've been gassing each other up.
Before you got Walking Dead, I feel like you started in you were
Well, you know what was cool
like you do comedy. You fulfill like we haven't talked about Minari and like and I just I'm a big fan.
Oh, same. And I feel connected to you because I remember when you did Game of Thrones. We were at the same
he was so good in there.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, man.
So I've just been, admiring your work.
On the journey together.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Me too, man.
So good.
Same.
Dude.
Okay. So I'm just like, I can't decide if I can like, without being DMCA'd, watch The Last of Us as like a watch party on Twitch. Like, I know Will Neff gets away with it, but he has a ton of viewers, so maybe he's protected from that. I don't know. Oh my god. This is only half hour long, so we'll do this. I had a huge crush on Hayden Christensen when I was a little girl. Huge, massive crush. There's one with Mark Ruffalo and Robert Downey Jr., so that one would be good.
2-3 months for my Darth Vader case when I was like 8-9 years old. You had to go to the toy store and say, I want this, and order it, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't like today, but the series is not out and the little Andor is everywhere.
That's cool.
And I remember getting it was like my portfolio with my crayons and everything inside. I used that until I was like a teenager, till my friend said, that's not cool anymore, Can you just bring a backpack? I'm gonna start with something that for me has been present since the day I started working in Rogue One, which is that I've never felt that I was working with material that connected me weirdly with something that had nothing to do with my passion for acting or to my childhood, to being a kid and playing and growing up thinking of this universe. And suddenly acting became...
Imagine being an actor and like freaking getting on Rogue One, and then now he's talking to Darth Vader. That's so epic. Can you imagine? Dang.
As personal as reconnecting with my childhood. And I was wondering, because you were around 20?
When I first started with Star Wars, I was 19.
His voice is so different.
How did that feel?
Hayden Christensen, his voice is so different right now. But he's still super hot.
Then, were you still like attached as audience to this universe?
Yeah, big time. It was just a crazy journey finding my way into Star Wars. I was kind of fresh out of high school and, very much committed to this craft of acting and romanticized about it. And I loved Star Wars. And when the audition came around, it was exciting, but it felt too big. It felt like just unattainable, I remember meeting George Lucas for the first time, and that was thrilling. And then auditioning with Natalie Portman, and it was a very long auditioning process, but the entire time I never really thought that it would, would ever sort of really go my way. So I was just enjoying it. And then when I got the phone call to actually get to play the part, that was a big deal for me. A life-changing thing. And how about for you? I mean,
but I think we were very lucky to come so far in the journey of Star Wars. We came in like 2016 with Rogue One.
Rogue One is one of the best movie offshoots of Star Wars, I think. Not even remakes, but you know what I mean. In my opinion, I mean, they've got a great lead actress, Felicity Jones, so.
It was the same, a long, crazy casting process that makes it sound like impossible, no? I remember traveling a lot. Once I was asked to go to London, and I went inside the hotel by the back door. It already sounded so bizarre and unique, and nothing to do with filming, you know, with the film industry that I knew.
Right. Well, you were already like a very, you know, established actor. You'd been working for a while, and
I was asked to play even younger, yeah, since then. Now it's like crazy. I'm supposed to be 15 years younger than I am. That's what I was thinking. Like, you got it at 19, 20, when that age is so close, the age of being 15 and having the toys, you know?
yeah, no, it was like my, you know, my wildest dream come true, you know, and I felt like I was stepping into the ring with all these sort of heavyweights, you know, getting to work with George Lucas and Ewan McGregor and Sam Jackson.
Oh,
all these...
Ewan McGregor is so good, and I'm so happy that they did a show with him on Disney Plus. What is it called? Obi-Wan.
Just like incredibly talented people.
Yeah.
And
but you started acting before, no?
yeah, I'd started when I was young, and I kind of developed my passion for it, sort of studying theater.
So you started doing theater when you were...
Yeah, when I was like in elementary school. And then I went to Performing Arts High School and sort of focused on dramatic studies.
That must be a shock to go from
that to
theater to like...
But there was a similarity there
So
too,
different.
right? Because we were filming all in front of blue screens and green screens, which for me was very much like being in the theater, you know, just because it demands a lot of your imagination, and you don't necessarily have like all of the real stimuli there to react to, and so it wasn't such a leap for me.
I see
I didn't
that.
have the experience either, you know, so it wasn't like I was used to work.
I see that. I feel like I can understand that. I took drama too in middle school and high school. So, very much so, you do have to use your imagination.
Working a certain way.
Yeah.
So that was just kind of what I knew. Well, I'd actually really love to start with hearing about how you got into Rogue One, because that was kind of your introduction to Star Wars.
It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I remember it was the first time such secrecy happened around anything I was going to be part of, you know. I was asked by my agent to be in LA to meet someone for something that couldn't be said on the phone, and then I was here, and I went into a meeting in a restaurant that was completely empty.
What?
There was a guy sitting in the corner with a computer open. And this was Gareth, the director, and I sat down with him, and it was just us for 4 hours.
So you had no concept that it was Star Wars at all at this point?
In that moment, my agent said, this might be Star Wars, yes. But we don't know, because
so secret,
we don't know exactly what they want you to do. I guess she didn't want me to get any excited, you know, about anything. Probably she had a better idea of what it was, but how difficult it would be to get it, you know. And I was sitting there, and Gareth explained to me...
Bro, that sounds like some Avengers shit, like, you know, and sounds kind of scary. It's like some mob.
And he kept talking about a guy, and then this guy, and then this guy, and then this guy. And I go like, what is he talking about? I like making the joke that I thought at the end he was going to ask for Gael's number, you know, my friend. Like, do you have Gael's phone? Because... But anyway, the thing is, he said at the end, I would really like you to play this role, and I want to know if you want, because our whole process will have to start right away, you know. I want to work with you, but now we have to convince everyone else.
Amazing.
But I didn't know what everyone else meant and convincing them, you know, in terms of like that started a 3-month or 4-month process.
But you knew right from the get-go that was his desire.
He wanted that.
Planted his flag on that hill, and that's very cool.
And he said something that was very interesting, because I said to him, like, but I don't see myself here. What do you mean? I love these films. I've seen everything about it, but what is it that you want from me? Well, how do I fit here? You know, no one has my accent. I've never thought this could be possible. And he said, since I saw it to Mama Tambien, I thought you could be great for a role like this, and I want that kind of tone in the film. I want that realism and that feeling of that is a everyday's life, you know. And I was like, what? Okay, interesting. But I say it because I never thought that a film like Tu Mamá También would get me the chance to, to be on a session for a character in the world of Star Wars that meant so much to me, but at the same time was like opposite, It was like
So
two
different from what
different
you were
worlds,
doing, yeah.
And it was interesting and fun, and it was also quite scary because I didn't want it to get too excited about the idea, I knew that there was always something else to try, someone else needed to see it, some other test I had to do, and it was a long process. How long of a process do you remember doing it?
For me, it was months. It was like a good 3 or 4 months of first meeting with the casting director and then meeting with George Lucas, and more time would go by, you wouldn't hear anything, and then I went in for an audition with Natalie Portman, and I think they read maybe 4 or 5 other actors, and then I got a phone call like a few days after I did my screen test with her. But tell me, when you started on Rogue One, was there like a moment when you were like, man, I'm in Star Wars?
One of the rules of the film was like somehow be a homage to the Genesis, to A New Hope, to the very beginning, in the way they shot those films. The idea was to be everything very mechanical, everything like very.
Well, that's what I love about it. It's a much darker and more grounded sort of take on a Star Wars story.
We were allowed because there was no Jedis, there was no, this was about the people. The magic was gone, and the people had to find a way to bring change, and to understand the sense of community. That's
Makes
what
sense.
I love about the film, and then about Tony Gilroy's perspective on Andor, that it's very simple to apply these ideas to the world we live in, to end up reflecting on what's needed or what we are capable of doing as society. I guess, they have an end, right? They're more human in that sense. Like we all know, things will end. These characters, that's it. They don't have this magic. Even though they can believe in it, they don't have it. They are just simple, regular people doing extraordinary things, And I thought that was very brave on doing something like that in this universe, If we were to be part of this, it's because we were going to bring something different. Otherwise, there was no need for us.
Something's wrong.
Whatever it is, they're taking their time about it.
What's going on? What are they saying? I think it's level 2.
I think it was very important for Star Wars because it is so sort of grounded in reality, and it's populated by, real people who you can sort of imagine their lives existing beyond this story. Mm-hmm. And I think it made it even more so accessible too, to the audience. So like, what was that like for you, getting to play in this sort of fantastical world, but in a much more grounded way?
I think it was something that we reminded ourselves every day. In Rogue One and in Andor, I think we took it even further, the idea of you have to forget this is Star Wars, it has to become very personal for the audience. So it has to be then personal to you, everything needs an explanation. You have to understand everything and kind of like find the parallel with your life, what this moment means in your life, who this character would be in your life. How would you, move around this town? Tony Gilroy is a great leader, and he was very specific always. Like every time you had to explain too long what you wanted to do, he would be like, there's no room for that. It has to be simple. It has to be easy. It has to be real. Like you don't explain to me too much what you do in your kitchen. Therefore, it should look like that. This is your house. Just leave it, And it was a constant reminder every day. Like if it started to feel awkward, if it started to feel imposed or weird or from a galaxy far, far away, then we were doing the wrong thing, because the idea was to bring the story about the people that we don't see much in the films of Star Wars, to add, to be different, to be unique, and at the same time be part of it, I think the long format allowed us to also take it further.
There's no way out, Master.
I want to ask you now about your series. How is that like to suddenly have, I don't know how many hours you made?
For the Obi-Wan show?
Uh-huh.
It was 6 episodes.
So
and
good.
Each episode was, I think a little under an hour. So not
Under?
Yeah. So
so it's like
not
5
quite
hours.
as much as what you guys were doing in Andor.
5 hours. A film of 5 hours.
But that's pretty much what these series are. They're just sort of long format films. Coming back to Obi-Wan, that was a really great experience for me.
It's a great shot.
I kind of thought that my Star Wars days were behind me. And then I got a phone call sort of inviting me to come back, which I would imagine maybe you had a similar thing.
I mean, they had to get Hayden back. Who else would play Darth Vader? You know, it had to be Hayden. And it didn't matter. You know, Hayden's obviously older now. But it didn't matter because he would have his mask on. But even so, like, can you imagine, like, starting your career like that and then kind of just, like, not having a middle and then coming back now again and working with Ewan McGregor, who has a huge plethora of, like, work? Just like an old friendship almost.
With
meeting an old friend again.
I don't know. Did you know you were gonna get to continue with it, or?
I thought it was a joke on set from all of us. Like, we should do one day we should tell how these people got here.
But they were talking about it back then.
We were discussing it, but never we never took it seriously because we didn't know if the film was gonna be like or the opposite. Like if we were gonna be the film that no one went to see. You know, we had to wait for the film to come out to understand there was room for something like this. You know,
it was one of my favorite Star Wars films.
Oh man, that's so nice to hear.
And Andor, I think, is so successful too. And having the time to spend with these characters, and it's like a great origin story for the beginning of the rebellion, and getting to see the arc of your character and how he kind of starts off at this place where he doesn't really want anything to do with any of this. He just, kind of wants to keep to himself, but his destiny is calling.
I think it's because you know what he's capable of. So the interesting journey is like, how far can we start from that? You know, how lost can he be? And it's a show about his flaws and his that contradiction that makes us real, and humans. Like, we're not always the best version of ourselves, and it was nice to find him in the worst version of Cassian possible.
Anakin.
Anakin's gone.
When you decided to be back for the Obi series, what was behind that decision?
Just the nature of getting the invitation. I mean, Star Wars holds a very special place in my heart, and I enjoy getting to sort of go back to being a fan again and just sort of watching these stories like everyone else. But there was a part of me that missed it too. And so when I got the call, it was a very easy decision. And the fact that it was the Obi-Wan show with Ewan McGregor, who's a good friend of mine, and that I'd get to work with him again and swing a lightsaber with him again, that was just a thrilling invitation. And the director, Deborah Chow, is just amazing.
So cool.
So articulate about what Star Wars is. She understands these characters so well. She cares about these characters. So I just felt like I was in good hands with her, and I was excited to get to do more with the character.
That's it was. It's not just the character, man. It's the character.
It's a good character.
It's not a good character. It's the character. It's like if I have to think about the worst nightmares of my life, it's really. I remember waiting 2-3 months for my Darth Vader case when I was 8-9 years old. You had to go to the toy store and say, I want this, and order it, right? Yeah. It wasn't like today, that the series is not out and the little Andor is everywhere.
That's cool.
And I remember getting it was like my portfolio with my crayons and everything inside. I used that until I was like a teenager, till my friend said, that's not cool anymore. Can you just bring a backpack?
The image of Darth Vader is very well known. And I remember even being a kid before I had seen the films, having a connection to this character, just being very taken with the physical presence and the voice. And I remember scaring my little sister just trying to imitate the Darth Vader voice. And it worked.
He has a little sister?
There's something about the construct of that character that just is very effective.
Because I think it's more than just the look and the presence, and it's the story behind the idea.
And of course the story,
connection, simplicity of that.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, I think what was really interesting about what George Lucas did with the prequels is he kind of subverted all of our sort of expectations and understanding of this character when he went back to episode 1 and introduced him as this very sweet young kid who just had a lot of promise and a lot of potential. And he really mapped out a very compelling character arc that was hopefully somewhat sympathetic. We understood what Anakin was going through and maybe why he was making some choices that perhaps weren't the best decisions, and the circumstances sort of surrounding his life. And it was a very understandable sort of fall to the dark side.
Yeah.
But it humanized him and made him a real person and almost somewhat of a pathetic person in a lot of ways, and you feel for Darth Vader now in a different way too.
Definitely.
It's this man trapped in this life that perhaps he didn't really want.
I like that you're saying, because it's suddenly I connected with what Tony Gilroy did with Andor, and this idea of having to tell a story backwards, to go to a prequel and then to go like, well, okay, we have an opportunity, to make sure that this character you think today comes from something you would never imagine, a past that you would never imagine for a character like this. And that's an interesting thing that happens with the universe of Star Wars, that it's so hectic and difficult to understand that, like, okay, it started in episode 4, then there was 1, but then there's these things that are standalones but are part of it. And it brings creativity at its best, in a way, when you have to not imagining something from beginning to end, as simple as that.
On Andor, you're a producer as well, and so what's that like? I mean, how involved are you as a producer? What does your day look like on set?
I would say a good 15-20 years ago, I started to be very much aware of what was happening before and after, and very interested in getting involved and being part of that. Sometimes acting started to feel, in a way, it alienated you from the actual process of making film, And theater is the opposite. That's why I always think of theater as my reference, In theater, you're there from the first read till the last night, And you do it many times yourself,
But as an actor, you
Guys,
can kind of get
I
insulated.
might stop this for a second because I really want to watch this.
All right, let's go ahead.
It just came out, and I also want to watch this. It's a longer video, but I want to watch this before I end my afternoon stream today. I think tonight I'm gonna try The Last of Us. I might get a strike. I don't know, but I don't want to do it in the middle of a stream where I've streamed for a very long time and get the whole entire stream taken down. I'd rather just do it on a separate stream.
This cave entrance is considered...
Sorry, this first.
And move on to the very latest out of Israel. So go ahead and put these pictures up on the screen. What we're hearing is that there is a plan to flood the Hamas tunnels. You can see these sort of big tubes, hoses, whatever, being attached from the sea and run along the shore here. And this is something that has been reported. There are a lot of problems with this. Put this up on the screen. A lot of people who are sounding alarms about the way that using the seawater to flush out the tunnels could harm Gaza's fresh water for generations.
They don't care.
Academics
they don't care.
saying this because, this makes sense. You have basically one sweetwater aquifer that Gaza has access to already. It has been pumped effectively dry. It's already been contaminated with seawater, so it's basically brackish at this point. So already it's not in great shape. If you additionally pump all of this seawater into these tunnels and it further contaminates that aquifer, you could really be in trouble in terms of the water supply in Gaza for years and years to come. There's another issue here, which is counterpoints reported on the fact that some of the hostages who have been released at this point just went in on Netanyahu, screaming at him for not doing more to get them out, for the fact that they're ignorant of where they were being held, for how much risk they were exposed to, that they actually said, we were terrified that we were going to get killed by an IDF bomb and then you're going to blame it on Hamas. So one of the concerns here, I'll just read from you. This woman says, my husband was separated from us 3 days before he returned to Israel and taken to the tunnels. And you're talking about washing the tunnels with seawater. You're shelling the route of tunnels in the exact area where they are, an unidentified former hostage told officials in that private meeting on Tuesday. So effectively, they're saying, you have no idea where the hostages are. You've never had any idea where the hostages are being held. And if you're talking about drowning these tunnels in seawater,
that's crazy.
You are putting them at extreme risk at this point. So that's one of the dynamics that's playing out. You know, the other thing that I would point to here, Sagar, and let's put this up on the screen, is Human Rights Watch has now documented via satellite imagery that Israel has razed orchards, they've destroyed greenhouses, they've destroyed farmland, all in northern Gaza. This has been razed since the beginning of Israel's ground invasion, compounding concerns of dire food insecurity and loss of livelihood. And you can see those satellite images of this agricultural land in the greenhouses and the way that's now completely been destroyed. And, you know, no justification has been given for this in terms of, oh, this is Hamas is hiding in the greenhouse or whatever. It seems to track more with that report from 972 about how the real goal is to shock, quote unquote, the civilian population and hope that maybe they'll turn on Hamas if things get hard enough for them.
No,
so
they're not going to do that.
Destroying the orchards and farmland and greenhouses, etc., is very consistent with that approach that has now been documented at this point about what Israel's real goals are right now.
Yeah, the orchard thing actually tracks. It's interesting. So Kissinger's death has prompted me to go back and reread a lot of stuff on Vietnam. And there's actually quite a lot of parallels between the initial actions of the United States in Vietnam, 1964 through 66, before the mass diffusion of ground invasions during the bombing campaign. The bombing campaign on North Vietnam and on South Vietnamese territory that was against Viet Cong was built on one strategy. We're going to have U.S. advisors. They're not going to be directly engaged in ground combat. We're going to bomb the North Vietnamese population into either submission, degrade them militarily, and then we're also going to target as much of the countryside of South Vietnam as possible that the VC are using so that the population will rise up against the VC and join the South Vietnamese. Does anybody want to guess how that turned out? And that was a similar campaign in terms of the bombing, in terms of what type of targets were selected, both military and civilian. And what most reminded me of it, though, was the over-reliance on air power and the under-reliance on any sort of sustainable strategic policy. For people who want to check my work, you can go and read all the debates inside the Johnson administration at that time. When they weren't lying to our faces, they actually were admitting some of this behind the scenes. And it is eventually the failure of that strategy is exactly why President Johnson unfortunately decided to send hundreds of thousands of American troops there and go in a different direction. But the point being that the bombing to compel the population itself and specifically to try and get the population to turn on the VC or the North Vietnamese to turn against their regime did not work actually at all.
Not only did it not work there.
No, it hardened their support.
It has literally never worked. And we skip forward to B5, actually, to give you a sense of the scale of destruction that we're talking about here. This is the Financial Times tear sheet. So they did an analysis. The headline is Military Briefing, the Israeli bombs raining on Gaza. Devastation of northern Gaza comparable to Allied bombing campaign of German cities. So in northern Gaza, approximately 68% of buildings have been damaged. For comparison, in Dresden, which has been brought up a lot, and which Netanyahu has used, by the way, as justification for their indiscriminate bombing campaign, something like 59% of the buildings were damaged during that infamous bombing. And just as in, you know, Vietnam, as you're discussing, Sagar, where it did not turn the population on, the rulers there. Same thing in Germany. There was an idea that by bombing these cities and hitting the civilians and causing them pain and inflicting damage on civilian infrastructure, that the population would turn on the Nazis. What political scientists have documented is that it had the exact opposite effect. Same thing when the Germans bombed London.
Yes.
That was part of the idea there too, was that they would demoralize the civilian population. Same thing with Russia bombing Ukraine, bombing Kyiv, etc. The idea was, oh, this will demoralize the population and maybe they'll turn on Zelensky. Guess what? It has never worked. It has the polar opposite impact. It causes people to rally around the flag and whoever the ruling class happens to be. And so in Gaza, and this gets back to, the key point about what Israel is doing here. I mean, the key point is the horrific loss of civilian life, which is just unbelievable to watch unfolding before your eyes. But even if you put that aside, the strategy is completely stupid and ahistorical. There is no doubt at this point that they have already, even if you accept their best estimates of how many Hamas fighters they've killed, they have 100% created more support for Hamas, more potential Hamas recruits than they have been able to destroy. They claim they've taken out, this is a new claim, by the way, 5,000 Hamas fighters. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. They have killed, at this point, close to 20,000 individuals. There is no doubt. We saw the polling coming out of the West Bank. The West Bank is different from Gaza, but even in the West Bank, support for Hamas is skyrocketing. So if your goal is actually to undercut Hamas, you have to drive a wedge between Hamas and the civilian population. You have to give the civilian population some hope that there is some sort of process that's going to lead to a better outcome without this violent terrorist resistance group. And this has created the polar opposite impact at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I basically agree with all of that. And that's what I've been saying it here from the very beginning, and I think that they're going to fall into the same trap that we eventually fell into in Vietnam, which is you're going to end up sending in the troops anyway if you're Israel, or you can abandon the mission. You have either. You are very likely going to do that, and you should have done it in the beginning because then you probably could have avoided all of this in the first place. Hamas also has been releasing some combat footage, which highlights something we've also been trying to show people from the beginning. This might also be why Israel is reluctant to commit more of their forces to the ground. Urban combat is a full-blown nightmare. Now, let's be clear here. What we're about to show you are Hamas videos there, but we also showed you IDF. This is straight up Hamas propaganda. However, we don't have too many journalists who are on the ground there saying, are these troops? Is the best
At least they're upfront with it. Like,
actually looks like it's straight out of Stalingrad, it's straight out of Iraq, it's straight out of the Battle of Mosul for ISIS videos that basically were edited and looked exactly like this. So let's go ahead and play some of this, guys. And what you can see here is you have people, Hamas fighters, again, who released this, popping up out of tunnels, who are then showing how close they are to IDF installations, to the IDF camps that they have that are nearby. This is just to show the vulnerability. This is it looks like there's ID bags that are hanging up, as well as soldiers who are just sitting around. This is the craziest stuff, and of course they edit it, very favorably to them. And it shows you a bombed out, like moon type landscape where they have Hamas fighters who are weaving in and out. They're not even dressed in military uniform, using anti-tank munitions and others in order to fire against Israeli tanks and to try and disable them. They claim they were disabled. Nobody knows. We have approximately 100 or so IDF soldiers now have been killed, multiple more released actually in the last couple of days, which highlights some of the fight. But the truth is that they are not committing a significant ground force into this, and they're relying much more on strategic bombing. And that, as you said, I think aptly, as pointed out, we'll probably interview, or we're going to try to, somebody who wrote a great foreign affairs piece, actually, on all of this. But it does, at this point, they're not going to abandon this strategy. They are going through the same motions as we did in Iraq. They will eventually come to the so-called mission accomplished, and I think that's actually when the real nightmare begins, especially for Israel.
them.
Yeah.
For Gaza, obviously, the nightmare is in full effect.
It could get worse. It could honestly probably get way worse.
So to that point, the Secretary General of the UN put this up on the screen. Secretary General Gutierrez has invoked something called Article 99. It's the first time he's done it in his tenure. He says, facing a severe risk of collapse of the humanitarian system in Gaza, I urge the Council to help avert a humanitarian catastrophe and appeal for a humanitarian ceasefire to be declared. Now, this is seen as like the strongest diplomatic tool that he has in his toolkit. This is effectively Gutierrez pulling the fire alarm with regard to the human catastrophe that is unfolding on the ground at the hands of the Israelis, and is triggering a meeting of the Security Council to debate this potential ceasefire. Now, do I think that the U.S. is going to allow a ceasefire to pass through the UN Security Council at this point? No, I do not. But it shows you the gravity of what they see unfolding. And you got to remember, I mean, you had the specter of Matthew Miller, the State Department spokesperson, who, when he was asked where should people go to be safe, he's like, oh, go to these UN facilities. The UN comes out and says there's literally nowhere that is safe in Gaza.
Yeah.
Their own people, their own UN workers have been killed by the dozens. I believe there's over 100 UN aid workers who've been killed here. That is an extraordinary, unprecedented number in
Absolutely
any
no
conflict.
respect.
So those are the facts that the Secretary General is looking at here when he says, okay, I'm going to pull the fire alarm. I'm going to do whatever I possibly can to draw attention to this catastrophic situation, because even the ability to provide any sort of aid trucks through the Rafah crossing, that has been severely curtailed since the end of that temporary truce. So, diseases are spreading. We've shown you the footage of the high-rise apartment buildings being bombed. The area that they've told people to go to, that the Israelis have told people to go to, that's supposed to be the safe zone, is literally the size of LAX airport. It's like a couple of miles wide, and there's nothing there. It's a deserted wasteland. I mean, it's a cruel joke to tell people that they could go there to find any sort of safety or any sort of aid. All of the civilian toll that was taken in northern Gaza could easily be magnified. We see no change in terms of tactics in their approach to southern Gaza, because now you have almost the entirety of the whole population clustered even more densely packed into southern Gaza, including in Khan Yunis, which is the major focus of the IDF at this point, where they say Hamas leaders are fighting. Well, this is one of the places that people fled to because they were told this was one of the places that would be safe. So the potential civilian catastrophe here looms extraordinarily large. And the last piece, Sagar, which is, really wild, and I don't even know what to make of it. It's just unbelievable, the level of failure on the Israeli side on October 7th, based on what we've learned at this point. Put this up on the screen. So the IDF actually knew that Hamas might attack. They knew that they might target this music festival where hundreds of people were slaughtered in some of the most horrific scenes. This is an article from Haaretz. They say, quote, this mass...
The arrogance. And just these people lost their lives.
The curse should have been prevented despite Israeli intelligence warnings about a Hamas attack. The army did not evacuate the Nova Festival. That was that rave music festival. Top defense officials held urgent consultations the night before October 7th about a possible Hamas attack, but no one in the IDF notified the Nova Festival organizers or the partygoers, hundreds of whom were mown down, and for 9 hours, no one came to save them. And if you read the details of this, it's horrific to contemplate that this could have been averted if there had been proper warning. The music festival organizers said, if you even gave us an hour notice, we could have evacuated everyone. This festival, we also learned, had been extended actually longer beyond the original time frame. So they had gone beyond, the length that they had originally petitioned for, and no one raised a flag about anything, even though they were watching these preparations taking place. And, we also have all the details about how they had the attack plan more than a year in advance, but they dismissed it as aspirational. They had these female spotters and intelligence analysts who were saying, no, we see them preparing for that. This was also completely dismissed. And then the night before, when they're starting to panic, saying, I think something might be going on here, they could have warned the festival and avoided so much carnage and yet another just catastrophic failure.
Yeah, it's such a tragedy, because when you read it, as you said, it's just, look, I think it highlights the incompetence of the Israeli security state at that time. The Shin Bet, the Mossad, their multi-level failure, their distraction, more questions that Netanyahu and his government all need to answer. Also, why are these people even still in their jobs? Every single one of them should
They should be fired.
And yet they're actually more empowered in Israeli society than ever before, which is why these Israeli media outlets are covering it like this. They're in shock. You can't believe it. I mean, truly, and it's basically what happened here too after 9/11. The people who failed most actually got even more responsibility, and we're on a plane to Afghanistan 2 weeks later. How the hell does that make any sense? Still doesn't 20 years later, and yet it still continues over there.
Yeah, well, we know Bibi's plan. It's let's drag out this war as long as possible, because he can say to the Israeli people, yes, we're going to do an investigation. Yes, there'll be accountability.
Even pro-Israel people that I know that aren't insane want the war to end. Like, they're not in, like, it's just, this is insanity. Like,
answer questions for what happened, but not until after the war.
Yeah.
And that seems to be working for now. I mean, there's.
I mean, maybe it's just the people I'm around that they're not like, even if they're pro-Israel, they're not crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's just the people I'm around. I'm around a lot of pro-Palestinian people too, so.
For him to resign, his support is at like literally 8%. Everybody basically hates him and wants him gone. But he's betting that the longer he keeps this going and the more he satisfies the desire for revenge, the better chance he has at holding on to power. So that is the political bet that he's making at this point.
There you go.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium subscriber, and help us build the...
Crazy. That's absolutely insane. Okay, let's watch this.
Is this land cursed? One of Tennessee's most famous legends, which is the Bell Witch, John Bell's family were attacked and harassed.
Those are the same markings. That's what people's backs look like. This is one of those investigations that scares me. Myths?
You will see me.
Oh my God. I don't even know what it was, but it was like white boys swimming.
Should I stay here? Okay, I'll stay here.
Can you get out?
I wasn't. Let's get out. Come on. I was not smiling at all. Don't say that.
They're waving. Okay, why is it sitting like a witch?
Dude, I just don't like when elves and messes with the demonic stuff.
Can you tell us where to go?
Ow.
It looks like a bruise.
Whoa.
Look at that.
Whoa, what the heck?
The SLS happened for us 3 years ago. We had this planned, and then COVID happened.
Yeah.
And they shut down for 2 years. It's been very, very long awaited.
It has.
The Bell Witch Cave and the cabin, the farm, the
Yo.
burial ground, everything is accessible to us tonight. I do kind of wish it was.
I'm excited.
Ago, because apparently in the past month, multiple people have been getting scratched, like bleeding scratched, and that wasn't happening a few years ago. We popped in just to like say hello, do some paperwork.
Yeah.
They showed us pictures from literally 10 days ago of someone's entire back looking like that. Had just ripped down it, and it looks like an emblem. So they said he wasn't even doing anything at all.
Just a tuck on the shirt.
Yeah. So
That
for
sounds
those that
painful.
aren't familiar with what's been happening to the channel lately, Corey and I have been doing videos, just he and I. Body cameras, the vest, every tool that we need is literally on us right now. Jerry joined us for a TFIL video that apparently he had some wild emotional connection.
Yeah.
Jerry turned out to be a ghost hunter and we didn't even know it. Jerry went into the woods for 36 minutes by himself at Victoria's Black Swan Inn, returned crying.
Yeah.
So tonight, we're gonna send him 36 minutes by himself in the woods of the Bell Witch Cave.
No.
And see if he returns crying.
No fucking way. No fucking way, bro. The Bell Witch fucking forest? That's worse than the episode that he cried in.
This will be yours tonight. SLS. It is already synced up. The
Oh
body
my
cameras are on.
God.
These are in full night vision. But there's actually one more thing we need to give you. Can you hand that over to him real quick?
Yeah.
Here, I'll hold it for you. Corey and I talked about this. You now deserve your own vest. I get it.
Aww.
Level 42? Yeah. Level 42. Well, let's see how tonight goes. I'm telling you right now, bro, the forest is like one of the scariest things
Yeah.
to ever investigate.
Elton, you did not tell me this was gonna happen, bro.
Alright, well let's just make this clear right now, because you are new to the channel, and this is the first time seeing you in a video.
Yep.
Obviously you're scared,
Yep.
but you're gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it.
And you wanna do it, right?
I do want to.
I'm not forcing you to say that.
You're not forcing me to say that.
You could have had a night off tonight. You could have been in the motorhome playing Mario Kart.
Absolutely.
But you were like,
I want to play Mario
Make
Kart.
your way to the cave. For the record, the only people that are here are staying right here at the gift shop. Anything else tonight? Any other voices? Anything else heard, seen, captured? If it's not one of us, it is paranormal. Yeah. Making that super clear. Yeah. Okay.
Let's run it.
Run it. If you see anything, let us know. Cool.
Jumping in to let you all know that Corey and I will be doing 2 more nights of paranormal investigation live streams on this channel, December 10th Where for the story in American history, Bell Witch has been haunting this farm since the early 19th century, attracting ghost hunters, religious leaders, historians, curious tourists from all over the world. The precise origins of this entity are still up for debate, with many prominent theories and stories claiming to be the right one. And at the very end of our night, after investigating every square inch of this cave, farm, forest, and cabin, all of our evidence comes to a unique conclusion. The commonly known information about the Bell Witch is that it began around 1817
Oh my God.
when strange disturbances began to plague the Bell family. John Bell mysteriously fell ill and died 3 years later in 1820, with stories stating that the Bell Witch entity itself claimed to be responsible for his death. This entity, now more than 200 years later, is known as the Bell Witch, or Kate, who according to legend had a personal vendetta against John Bell and his family, although these reasons are unknown. The Bell Witch is known as a malevolent spirit with the ability to speak and interact with the living, as well as demonstrate remarkable poltergeist abilities. With the deep history of this being Native American ritual land, with modern burial grounds, flowing water, and more unknown, the complex factors leave a lot to be discovered. What is known is the entity or entities that dominate this area have proven for over 2 centuries that they have supernatural abilities that seem to only get stronger with every passing day. Every form of paranormal activity has been documented here. And tonight, we will contribute immense amounts of that as well. And one more thing, thank you to our sponsor, Temu, an online market where it's incredible right here, all of it. Or we'll use my $100 camera. Why never miss here? There's right here. Whatever else power, whether it's more.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
That's probably the worst scratch I've ever seen.
That's like a proper scratch.
And this is recent?
Yes, this was what, last week?
Last week? Last Wednesday? Oh, but that's kind of the same design.
Design, yeah.
Look, what if that was like Tribe's logo that they
And
made?
then the other one was 3 scratches.
Okay,
That's bad.
That-
Wait, focus. I can't see. Oh shit.
This has been within the last, I would say, month.
Why is it getting more aggressive?
The thing that seems to be happening more is more activity in the cabin.
Is it a frog? Ooh, I can catch
Huh.
it.
Oh, ew. Oh.
Hey, buddy. Alright. Is he gonna investigate with us? Yeah. Name him Jinx. Jinx. Jinx? Jinx. Okay. Or Bully. Oh. Yeah, Bullfrog. Bully Jinx Morrison. Really?
Oh my god, no way. You think the whole time?
Ew.
That'd be sick.
I think he'll hang out up here, right?
That'd be so sick.
Will we hang out up here?
I don't know.
I think he's my friend, dude.
Straight chilling on his head, bro. He's not moving. He is not moving.
Yo.
He's about to just chill with us.
Is he?
That low key.
Yeah, dude.
Stranger's got a frog on my head.
There's 3 hotspots and 3 of us. Stop. No. What is that supposed to mean?
They're splitting up.
Cabin, a cave, and a graveyard. And there's 1, 2, and 3. Well, actually, there's 4 now, but. So we could each get 1.
I don't think we should go solo tonight.
Why?
I feel like this place might be well.
What's the worst that happens?
We get scratched and bleed.
I'm gonna be right back.
It's only my 3rd day on here again.
This is his 3rd day. I'm not trying to die, dude.
You're mapping me.
I know I'm mapping you, but there's also someone else next to you.
Oh, there's someone sitting on the truck bed. Elton, they're sitting on the truck bed. They're waving. Okay, why is it sitting like a witch?
Dude.
You know what I'm saying?
Dude.
I'm being serious, dog.
Yes. Actually,
You're
right.
touching
You're
its head.
touching. Oh my god.
Whoa. Hold on. Do you remember Brushy Mountain? Disappeared.
Oh, it's back.
Do you remember Brushy Mountain though? What? Completely shut off the camera. Completely shut off the camera, Brushy Mountain. Here, wait. Can you turn the camera off if you're sitting on the truck bed? Don't do that. Oh wait, it's reaching for your hand.
Yeah. Whoa.
Can you grab his hand?
It's like looking for it.
Let's have him follow us. I don't know. All right, follow us.
All right.
Only for tonight, though.
Elton, you're like on camera.
Touching it.
Wait,
Dude,
still?
This is
so crazy.
Wait, still?
You're like right next to her.
As in, I moved the camera and it's still happening? Dude, I feel like it's a her.
Literally on that box.
Dude, she's sitting on the truck bed.
What?
Can you wave? Can you go like this and wave? It
Dude,
did
I
not.
thought I was freaking tripping, dude. What?
Elton, it's like it's grabbing you.
Yeah, it's literally on your hand.
Can you follow us?
What the heck?
Let's see. They're here now. They'll for sure follow us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we're fine.
That was nuts. Dude.
We literally just started.
All right, one, I got chills. That's not normal within 10 seconds of the intro. Two, just saying, she or he or whatever that was just watched us film that whole intro and is just sitting there with their legs swinging. Dude, I hate Forest, man. It's just, you know, at least when you're inside a building, it's like you know you can run to a room and shut a door. And it's like, what are we going to do here? Climb a tree? You know what I'm saying? Like, where do we go? Where are we going?
Down.
Oh, okay.
It's so funny. All I see is homies underneath your vest, Cody.
Hey, Elton.
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave this on, okay?
Okay.
You know, that way if the witch is in the trees or something, we can see her.
Yeah, for sure.
Not because I'm scared of it.
The witch is in the tree.
Oh my God.
What?
There was a figure right there. Yep, you see that?
Oh.
Where's that?
That's to the left.
Yep, everything's
So that's against the guardrail.
Yeah, everything's opposite.
So move it to the left just a little bit.
Where'd you go? Oh my God.
Oh wait, now
Now
it's
to
on
the right.
So on each side of the pathway.
What?
I literally said two.
What?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you wave? Can you? There's no way.
Oh my God.
We should ask if we're allowed to walk in. I wonder if they're protecting. I mean, whatever, we can just ask.
Do we have permission to go into the cave? Can you wave for yes if we're allowed to go in the cave? He's waving.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, who?
Dude, that's like 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Bro, he waved. He gave us permission.
It's literally right here.
He's still there.
He's here just chilling.
Hey, before you go walk up, make friends. Hey, Jerry, stay there. Oh,
he left. Yeah. Wow. Hi.
So I think on Tuesday I'm gonna go get my hair done. I seriously need to get my roots re-highlighted.
What?
I'm excited for that, but that also means I'm not gonna be doing the day stream on Tuesday, which is gonna suck. But I'm gonna be doing the night stream on Tuesday for sure.
What flashlight?
What flashlight?
You don't see that in the trees?
No, we're too deep into this forest.
Look, it just, dude, there is a flash.
Oh, guys, there is a figure right there. Right in front of us. Whoa. What?
Elton, there was a flashlight in the trees just constantly going like... It was insane. It was an insanely small, like, flashlight.
I'm gonna say that's not a flashlight. Oh wow, right in my eyes.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm trying to recreate how that could have been possible.
Yeah, it can't be a
That
flashlight.
wasn't
Right? No.
Because it was behind my light.
It's literally on the bushes. Look at that. Shine that bush right there.
Shine that bush.
What the?
Oh, they're just sitting on the bush.
What?
Yeah, they're like in the tree.
What?
Remember, nothing is as it was, if that makes sense. Right? Like, over time, land changes.
Right.
So if you're talking 2,000, 3,000 years ago, yeah, like, I wonder if how much of this used to be
It's
a
waving. It's waving.
Hello.
It's waving at us. Hi.
We don't get SOS evidence like this.
I want to know what's going to happen in the cave. Let's get to the cave, which is actually right here. Yeah, this is actually it, right here.
Dude, this is
nuts.
Crazy. Oh, there's a gate. Dude, it looks so foggy in there.
Oh my god. I feel like before we walk inside,
Yep.
we should introduce ourselves.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Just because I really want them to know that.
We come in peace.
Yeah. Hello, my name's Corey. I just want to let you know we mean no harm at all. We are only here to talk with you and learn about you. And we brought some devices that you might be familiar with. And you can put your energy Enter those devices if you want to communicate with us tonight.
Hello, my name is Jerry. Just came to connect with you guys, everyone that's here, whether that's one or multiple. Just want to learn about your story, want to connect with you, want to talk with you. Like Corey said, we brought a lot of tools to help. Y'all come and communicate with us. So, yeah, come in peace.
I'll remind you guys of one thing before you walk through the cage door.
What?
The theory is that this right here, this cave entrance itself, is considered to be a portal.
What?
To other worlds, the spirit world, potentially different timelines, dimensions. People believe genuinely that this right here, walking through it, for spirits is a portal, or potentially for us as well. That's ow.
Wait.
Ow.
Wait. I'm stinging.
Spider hit you or?
Ow, I don't know. Look at that. What the? It looks like a bruise.
Did he get
Whoa.
scratched
Look at that.
already?
Take your light off of it?
Here.
Wait, what the heck?
Dog. My leg
That
started
is a
stinging like I got stung by
bruise.
like a
It's like
wasp.
actually black and blue on your inside of your leg.
You okay? What the heck? You okay?
Should we not have introduced ourselves to the portal?
I mean, you were gonna go in and introduce yourself at some point anyway. But yeah, that is one of the multitude of theories here. Is that the Bell Witch not only is from here, but came through here. People can come in through here. The entire ground was Native American land. And there's even an actual, burial site in the cave as well as above it.
What?
So
That's
all of it factored in together.
insanity.
So am I okay with my little bruise and sting that just happened?
Seemed fine. You can walk, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Ooh, that was a big ass spider web. If it's not a spider web, then something just grabbed me. Tell me there's a spider web right here.
We're good.
Tell me there is a spider web right here.
Why?
Because if there isn't, then what the fuck was that?
What do you mean?
Whoa, look at it. Look, all right. One, I never called this out. Look at the hair in my arms. All of it standing up right now. All of the hair in my arms standing up right now.
Holy
Is there a
shit.
spider web right here. Genuinely, is there a spider web right here?
No, I don't see it. I didn't feel anything.
I don't see a spider web.
I see it.
Yo.
Okay, wait, so what just happened? Dog, you gotta tell us.
Yeah, what just
Fucking,
happened?
there's no way there's not a... Is there actually not a spider web right here?
No, there really isn't no spider web, no. I don't see anything.
There are some big ass spiders up there, though.
Dude, that's one of the coolest things I've ever felt.
What do you mean?
Ever felt. If there's really no spider web,
No, I do.
dude, that's one of the coolest things I have ever felt. I'm still feeling it right now.
What?
And right now.
Oh my god.
It's actually a spider.
Ew, okay, yeah. Oh, no. Gross.
God. Alright, well, now you
Gonna be spiders.
What I said, it's the coolest thing I've ever felt. There was really a spider crawling on me.
Oh my god.
There's a 5-inch spider crawling on me. I'm like, this is so cool.
Oh my dog.
What?
Bro, this is a cave.
Is this real?
Oh my gosh.
What kind of a question was that?
Dude, this
Is this real?
What is this?
Yeah, it's a fucking.
This looks like a freaking museum.
Yeah, no, this feels like a ride at Disney.
Right.
This is the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. You ain't tricking me. Oh my god. Elton,
No
Jerry.
way. Oh my god, that's a fat ass spider. Dude, what the heck? What?
Love it.
Whoa.
And I believe this is the burial site of the Native American girl.
Wait, inside here?
It's like giving Paris catacombs, except for the walls, and it's not lined with skulls and skeletons.
Right here. Yep, this is it.
What?
Yeah. What? This is her site right here.
No.
It was a robbed stone Native American burial site.
Oh, that's.
And this is all the offerings for her. Okay, again, the spider, right?
Yeah, oh my god.
Oh my god, why does he keep having spiders?
Thank you. So she's known to be here, and then above us is the actual Native American burial ground. Bodies people from 2 to roughly 3,000 years ago that were buried here, and apparently they abandoned this land. The Native Americans left it behind because of how cursed they thought it was. They left it completely. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
They used to fight over it and fight over it until it became the Red River, and then they actually wholeheartedly said, "We are leaving here. We do not want to live here. We do not want to grow our food here. We want nothing to do with this land," because of how cursed they believed it to be.
Oh, that's crazy.
1800s, the Bell family joined.
So why are we here?
What do you mean, why are we here?
The Native Americans didn't even fuck with it. Are you sure that we should be here?
Bro, what? I'm gonna start setting some stuff up.
Okay.
Throat's burning.
Huh?
My throat is burning.
Why? Your throat's burning?
Inside of my throat right now.
Did it just start?
All right here. Yeah, just right now.
Maybe that's them saying you better introduce yourself.
Yeah.
Let's go pitch black in here.
Pitch black.
Okay. Okay.
The spirits, the Bell Witch, Native Americans, anyone, anything, whatever you may be, like to say hello. And I'd like to be able to hear your story if you want to share, or even if you just want to show some way that you're here. I would greatly appreciate it. If that means speaking to us, moving a rock, scratching me,
If a rock is thrown, I'm a freak.
I'm open to anything. Just say, take your time, like write a message on the back.
No.
Yeah.
No, don't ask
Would
me.
you like an etch a sketch?
No way.
Sure.
No.
That'd be crazy.
You're really on.
Again?
Yeah, the exact same spot. Doesn't it just feel a little weird right now?
The REM pod.
Do you want us to go deeper? What?
No, nothing's on here. I'm just saying, I've never seen it go off like that much. Is that normal?
Do you want us to go deeper into the cave?
Oh, don't answer, please, please, please don't
That
answer.
was a little weird.
Yeah. Directly after you sing.
Yeah.
To the spirits in here, can you touch that box again if you do want to talk to us tonight? If there's anyone in here that's willing to answer our questions,
Maybe it's not
can
a
you touch
spirit.
that box and we'll stay right here and we'll keep talking to you.
No. No, 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 no.
Are you Native American? Honestly,
Bro, that was on cue.
that's.
Why there, bro?
Are you the person that led us into this cave that was out there on the trail before we walked in? Is that who's touching the box right now?
Nothing that's left?
Nope.
See if you can walk past the box.
Are you here to protect the graves?
So crazy. I like chose the place when I looked up.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. Really?
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Oh my god.
Protect the graves, right?
That was to protect the graves, yeah.
We have no intentions, no desire to disturb anything here.
We're not going to steal anything. We're not going to break anything. I promise.
Just want to remind you all that there is one other rule of the cave. not take anything with you when you leave?
Nothing.
Of course.
Not a pebble, not a stone, nothing. Did you hear that?
Just
I heard
agreed.
noise right before the box went off. It was like, and then it.
Sorry, my battery's gonna die.
What? Really?
Yep. Yep. Battery's gonna die.
Okay, when batteries start getting drained, not a good sign.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Do I stay here? Do I stay here? Okay, I'll stay here.
They want you to stay there.
I will stay here. Okay, got it. What the fuck?
Do you see anything on the SLS?
No, nothing yet.
Did you drain our camera's battery so you can have more energy to talk to us? Okay. We understand.
You know, my theory has always been that I don't think they can pull power out of this. You know what I mean? Just like in my pocket. I've always had a feeling that the device needs to be on.
Yeah.
So why don't we just turn on everything we have?
And let them drain it?
All of it.
No.
All of it.
We're not gonna have any tools.
We'll go back to the truck. I brought a power brick.
Would you like that? Would you like us to set up a bunch of our devices so you can drain its power?
Dude, give them everything, yeah. Okay. Give them literally everything we have. Turn them all on.
Okay.
What's the downside?
We can't film.
I'll go to the truck. I have more and more and more. I've learned now. I literally have 4 batteries in my pocket alone. We have a giant power brick. We might have to pause, but give them, yeah, dude, everything. Turn it all on. I don't care.
Okay.
When have we ever done that? When have we literally just taken every single device, turned them all on?
Yeah. Okay.
Dude, because if everything starts just line, it's going to be chaotic or it's going to work. You know what I mean?
You know what's weird? Not you. I was.
Yo.
What?
I caught something and it disappeared, but it was right next to that box.
As it was going off?
Yep.
And you got it?
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Whoa.
I have a.
How did that just happen?
You heard that?
Yeah.
It was like a.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything. Wait, no, I did.
We're setting up more stuff. We're gonna give you more energy, okay? Okay. The whole thing is done. So the SLS is done? No more SLS? No. Ever? So our SLS just snapped in half?
Dude.
Did he just fall?
Oh, and the camera's
Wait,
going red.
I don't understand.
So our SLS is done? The whole thing? Okay. The whole thing is done? So the SLS is done? No more SLS? Ever?
That's
So
crazy.
our SLS just snapped in half?
Dude.
Okay.
Oh, and the camera's blinking red.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's blinking red.
No, it's not.
I'll swap the battery out right now, but it's blinking. This just snapped.
In my hand.
What do you think? It was trying to pull out so much power it snapped the tripod? You know,
He didn't fall or anything like that. I thought he fell and fell on the camera and it like snapped. But he didn't fall.
Our answers.
look at this.
I don't know, man.
Dude, Elson. Dude. Are you draining the batteries from everything that we've put out for you?
You wanna know what's so crazy about that too? Confirmation there, but also it broke the whole power source off of it.
What do you mean?
So this has no power. This is just a device. Tablet, brick. Just got completely broken off this after you captured it on the SLS. You literally said, I saw it pop up for a second. This snaps in half.
Crazy.
Now, unless we hold it all Jimmy-like, we have no ability to like capture it on the SLS anymore unless we're doing. It literally just separated the power source from the tracking device.
Dude.
What?
Dude, that really just happened. This is actually insane.
That's yeah.
I
I've
feel
never
like we're
seen
gonna
that
get some
happen on
good
any of their other hunts.
Evidence tonight. I'm gonna put the ovulus right here.
Okay.
Washington Hart. Can you tell us your name? Sandy.
Sandy is here.
Sandy. Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Sandy. It's nice to meet you.
Dude, that was 1 second.
Super quick. The moment you asked.
Tem. Level Tem. Are we speaking to Sandy and Tem? We have set up all of our devices around this room. We give you permission to drain the batteries.
Sell cupcake. Like sell as in selling.
This is kind of off and weird, but I'm gonna ask. This is very out of why we're here investigating. Kim? Were you selling cupcakes and someone brought you to this cave?
Seek.
Huh.
Like seek as in like seeking, looking.
Portal?
Oh my god.
Portal?
Portal. Seek portal. Dude, what I got from that was like a spirit got here through a portal. And there was like, you know, a bunch of normal spirit names. Like those weren't hundreds of year old Native American names. Those sounded like spirits that came here through a portal and got stuck.
I'm gonna follow an impulse.
Got stuck.
My impulse was basically use the ovulus, walk down the cave. Can you tell me?
Yo,
When
that's
we get
scary.
close-
Look at that shot. Just like a dark cave hallway. It's like this like uneven corridor.
Closer to the portal. I'm gonna do this completely blind.
Like if you ran, you could run into this rock right here to the left, top left. You could fucking get a concussion.
Careful, it gets really shallow.
What do you mean shallow? Like low?
It goes to go. That's fine.
No, I got
See
the
what I
ovulus.
mean?
Comfort, trapped.
What did it say?
It said comfort and trapped at the exact same time.
Huh, interesting.
Comfort.
Corey just talked about them getting
Or am I
trapped.
about to be trapped? I want to prove that as of right pattern. What I want to prove is worst thing that happens here. I walk out of here with scratches. And there's no fucking proof that there's nothing on me right now. You know what I mean?
Do you want us to take a video of you with your like shirt off or something?
Now reap. No, I just want to prove right now. This is what I look like. My bare belly.
Oh my god.
This is my back. I don't know how else to show it. I don't really understand. But there are no marks on me at all. Nothing on my arms. Nothing on my legs. If anything were to pop up. Are you guys standing right at the end of the... Where are you right now?
We are in the middle of the cave.
Holy f***, you're not right there?
No.
Holy
What?
Where are you? No, where the f*** are you?
We're right here now.
Holy sh**.
What?
Go towards it.
I thought you were standing right here. No. What? I 100% thought you were standing right here. No, we were way back there, bro. Yeah, what? Like, we were, like, over by where, like, the burial site is. Reap, explain, curse. Dude, I thought you were right here, just standing like this with your arms crossed, just staring at me.
No. We never even walked in here. If anything, we walked away from you. Map.
Nothing. Right?
Nothing.
My fat belly. Nothing.
Nothing.
I guess if you're ghost hunting, you don't have time to work out.
Nothing.
No shame though.
In my neck.
He's not like
Nothing.
overweight or obese or anything.
Cool. Okay. Alright, well, we'll stay back here.
Average.
Okay. I want to know who I just saw.
Do you want us to come with you?
No, I'm curious.
Let's go back out. Dude, this is nuts.
Ooh, I don't like it back there. Can you guys hear me? What? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think I reached the end, I'm not sure. Never mind. It still goes.
Shit.
Holy shit. Tim again. Cupcake again. Sandy again.
Huh.
Among Tim. Cupcake say again?
Should we go? I feel like we should. I don't know.
Ooh, my pop filter has arrived. So I think tonight I'm gonna have on my Yeti like a filter thing so you guys can hear me with better sound quality.
We give you permission to drain these batteries while we're gone.
Oh my god. This is not what I was expecting. This is way deeper than I thought. What the hell?
Yeah.
Holy.
Ellison? Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Back here. What are you doing? I was about to pull up the Panasonic.
Where are you?
Back here.
What? Is he okay?
Ellison? Yeah.
Why do you sound like that?
Let me show you.
What? Yeah. I'm confused.
What is it? Satan.
No.
I was trying to figure out which way to go, and then I've never seen the August do it. It literally said among Tim, Cupcake, Sandy.
What?
Indicate, focus.
Wait,
It said Tim, Cupcake, and Sandy again. Again.
What?
And that was exactly what I just asked.
Level. It said level out there.
And wood. I was trying to get led to which direction it is. We're directly underneath the cemetery, underneath the burial ground. Wood, the forest above us.
What?
I was literally asking you to lead me towards both.
Both.
As above, so below, I guess. I don't know.
Oh my
okay,
god.
But why does it keep saying Tim and Sandy and Cupcake?
I don't know. Yeah, no, it does keep
They're trying to tell us something.
It keeps going. I thought it was 500 feet deep. It is so much more than that.
Oh my gosh, dude. You okay, Jerry? This might be a little...
Curse again. Again.
Curse?
Curse again.
Who is cursed?
This is scary.
Is it the land?
I don't know why my instinct is that's the direction.
Up?
Think about it, water flows down, so we know we've been walking up this entire time.
Huh.
We've climbed up. The wood's there, the burial ground's there. And plant.
Plant?
Plant. As I'm saying, the forest, the burial ground, it literally just said plant.
I kind of agree with you, bro. I feel like the portal could be in the forest.
Oh, God.
Or do you think the portal's in here and they're just all up there above us?
And do you think portals are horizontal or vertical?
You're right.
Could be both. Cool. I just fought off throwing up for a minute there.
You okay? You okay?
I was trying to fight that off the whole time.
Really?
Yep.
Should we get out?
Just a shirt.
You're the only one wearing a shirt.
Yeah, it was weird. I was fighting that off. I was mentally just trying to focus and be like, all right,
don't throw up.
Now. Kim.
Kim?
Kim.
Kim is bad. Kim's messed up 3 times.
So is Sandy and Tim.
I feel like the only thing I can think to do right now is the obelisk is doing one word at a time. We could switch to the spirit talker. Which has sentences and ability.
Yeah.
We could switch to that.
I'm 100% down for that.
We're gonna turn off this device and ask if you can try and communicate with us through this one right here.
If there's anything you need to tell us, please say it through this device.
Are all of these names and nice things being said to throw us off the trail? Is this actually the Bell Witch?
Oh no.
Said I'm finding it difficult.
That doesn't make sense.
I'm finding it difficult.
As I asked, is this actually the Bell Witch?
So do you think that it's the witch?
In all of the years of people coming here, the little girl has been seen here. She could make sense for Sandy and Cupcake. For everyone else, it's the Bell Witch. Or the portal element, sure. But this is the place where in the last, they've had more people scratched here.
Supplicium.
They've had more people scratched here in the last month.
What does that
than they
mean?
have in the last decade.
Yeah.
Does that sound like something Cupcake or Sandy would do?
No.
But as we got deeper in here, it was curse, Satan, wood, stone. And we did, one of the first questions we asked was, do you want us to go deeper? Do you need more power? And if it's an intelligent spirit, then they know comforting you and comforting you.
You will see me.
Comforting you guys. If you would have heard Satan, would you have ever come back here?
No.
You would
probably
stay in the
not.
main room.
Yeah, 100%.
And here we all are. All of us have just walked 1,000 feet deeper into the heaviest source of water. Brought us all in here. I'm just saying, out of all the thousands of investigations that have happened here, most people don't leave with Cupcake and Mother and happy things.
I know.
And for some reason, you guys decided to walk all the way through it.
Wait, so are you saying that the witch, the Bell Witch, tricked us into feeling safe to come back in here?
There's stories that she would go to church, she could be in different places, she could change her voice, she could mimic. I thought I saw you
or at least a man of your size, of our size, standing directly between us in the cave. The SLS snapped in half.
It did?
We decided to give all of our power, turn on every single device we have. Within 20 minutes, and so casually, we did all of that.
Yeah.
We gave all of our power. How did a device get broken? I saw someone standing between us, and yet we still all walk back here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That probably wasn't the smartest, right?
Like, we just got baited so fast.
That's what I'm saying. Do you want to get out? Do you want to get out?
Not really.
Dude, I don't like this theory that you're coming up with. I don't like that the Bell Witch just tricked us. But you don't think that you know, like, what if Sandy, Tim, or Kim, like, what if those are, you know, like, well, why would they be here?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
why would a Sandy or a Tim be here?
That entity's here.
Dunno.
Bad entities here.
There is no Sandy. There is no Tim.
Oh, come on.
Like, why? Look, I'm not trying to be ignorant, but if we're thinking Native Americans, they weren't named Tim or Sandy.
Those are white people names, bro.
It comforted us. And it said comfort and trapped. Holy shit. It literally told us exactly what was going to happen. Comfort. I'm going to comfort you and tell you all these things. It said it again later. It literally said, Tim, Cupcake, Sandy, again. And then here we are, bad entities here. At basically the end of the cave. We go any further than that, we're going swimming.
Mm-hmm. And we left all of our devices, all of our batteries on the other side of the cave by itself. Everything.
One camera there, and all the devices are sitting over there.
Yes. What? What?
What?
What? What'd you see?
Well, cool. That camera's facing that way.
What'd you see? Or what'd you think that you saw?
There's a lot of lights out. Killing all the way. Ready?
What?
Wait, what? I'm confused.
Whoa, something just touched
They
my
did
arm. Was that
spells?
you? Tell me that was you. Dog, something just went like this. It went.
You literally said you did spells. The moment you said that.
No. Dog.
I maybe, my elbow bumped you. Maybe. But no.
Dog, I felt this, Jerry. It went.
No.
As it said, they did spells.
Do you want to know what I saw?
What?
Which is so bizarre, and I really wish I said it to that camera beforehand.
What?
I saw a white mist, like, outline of a woman standing to the right of Jerry's shoulder.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I would have. I don't know if I believe that, because I feel like if somebody who saw that would freak out. No matter how brave you are, I feel like you would at least show some sort of sign of freaking out. Like, he's way too calm.
Shoulder to shoulder.
No.
And then that's the reason I wanted to go lights out, because I know these cameras can see it even better. And then you immediately feel like that on your arm or your shoulder.
Yeah.
Right after.
Poltergeist.
Poltergeist.
Lights
Whoa.
out.
Come on.
Dog.
That's affirmation, dude. Poltergeist?
I know. I know. Are you okay?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm freaking out a
I'm
little
excited.
bit. What?
I don't know.
Ooh, okay.
It's really dark in here.
I don't really like lights out in here, bro.
It's working.
Yeah, but my eyes are kind of playing tricks on me. I just don't. Like, I was all about investigating out there, but I just don't really want to investigate in here. Like, I just have a really off feeling.
Well,
Like, it
caves
doesn't
will
feel
do
good.
that to you.
You know? And I guess my reasoning for that is I feel evil in here. And I didn't feel so much of that out there. What about you, Jerry?
It makes me nervous, to be honest, to go out there.
To go out there?
Yeah, because it's like...
Myself.
They said the woods and the plants, along with saying curse, and we're literally right underneath it.
I know. Wait, how did someone write up there? Wait, what?
Hold on. Those
What does it say?
kind of look like the same markings.
Wait, what does that say? Joan plus something plus M. I don't know.
Oh my god. Wait, how did they scratch that into it? It does.
Are those the same markings?
Bro, those are the same markings. Look, especially right there. That's what people's backs look like.
But yeah, those are the same markings that I wrote back.
Wait, how is that possible?
I don't know.
That's almost the exact same pattern.
And the ceiling's so smooth. I know. And look, it's everywhere.
We hear you.
We hear you. Is that what it just said? I'm
Yeah.
tripping.
Yeah, the markings. Look, strongest source of water. The heart of the Bell Witch's power.
Yeah.
The burial ground is right there. The ceiling has the same markings as all the people that have had these marks on their back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at how deep those are right there.
I know. Dog, it looks like they got a rock and was just carving at it for as long as they could.
Oculus.
Oculus?
Oculus?
Oculus? Like the tool Oculus?
The tool is called Oculus.
Oh. What's Oculus?
But an Oculus room, I think the term Oculus means like you can see through like realms, see through dimensions. Isn't that what Oculus means? I don't know. Oculus is like the ability to like see through layers of reality. That's why it's called an Oculus.
What?
That's why it's Oculus room.
Whoa.
He killed us?
Who?
Who? Hazel, we're talking on the fucking phone. I know. Pass.
Pass.
He killed us past.
This is the person I saw.
Ah!
What? Where?
In my shoulder blade.
You okay?
Yeah.
Want us to check it real quick?
Excellent.
Taunt and excellent. Taunt, you feel stabbing pain. Excellent.
Oh, I'm getting the chills, dog.
Of course.
I would be
Can you
too.
explain what he looks like, who you saw? The only way I can describe it would be, imagine if I lived, and I hate that I'm saying this because I didn't say it earlier, but imagine if I lived 200 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like a little bit taller than me, but not much. Maybe my height. A little bit burlier of a beard. Yeah. And honestly, even instead of this hat, just kind of more of a round, shorter hat.
Okay.
Just standing like this.
Just staring at you.
Just staring. But like a little bit more built, right? A little bit more muscle.
Okay.
Like if you had to work every day of your life, that kind of a physique.
Yeah.
Just standing there like this.
Okay.
Didn't look menacing, but just like watching exactly what I'm doing.
I personally don't like it in here. I would like to get out of this area. I just can't wrap my head around what the fuck's happening. Yeah, I'm so confused. I think you're right. I think exactly what you said is right. I think that they tricked us.
I'm hiding.
What?
I think
exactly
that
what
they
it
tricked
is.
us.
Yeah.
Brought us in here, probably using our energy, draining our devices. We gave them permission to drain our devices so they could be stronger and more powerful. I would love to be able to get concrete evidence. Over. Hiding's over. Don't say that. I don't like that. Let's try the room. Okay. We get something right away, great. Okay. We keep staying. If we don't, I can stay down there by myself. You guys can go up to the forest, vice versa. Dude, is it safe to be here by yourself, though? Fine for now. And my throat's burning again. Love it. Yep. It's to the right. Are you okay? Are you okay? Ooh, wait, it's not to the right. Why did I just tell you it's to the right when I can clearly see it's not to the right? What do you mean it's to the right? I don't know why. I just said it's to the right. It is not to the right, and I don't know why I said it. I looked right at that and said it's to the right. Okay. Well, remember, don't question. Let's try to think. Why did it just say it's to the right? What, you think there's something in there? Wait, are these all sticks? That's sticks and wood. Look, there's a piece of wood. Why is there a piece of... Why did I say it's to the right? I'm so confused why I just looked at this, saw it's a dead end, and said it's to the right. What's to the right? There's a bunch of wood here. Dude, watch us find a body right now. Stop. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why did my, not only brain, I didn't even think that. I just said it. I have no idea. What is to the right?
Deep.
Deep. Deep into the right? What the fuck is back here? Dude, are we about to find a bone? Stop.
What?
It's filled in here. You want to try to use Corey's flashlight? Yeah, you want to shine this in there? Further. Here. Sure. I don't know. Yeah, just more wood. But why? Wood in here? Wait, back in there? Yeah, there's like more wood and branches and a cave. Yeah, I don't know here. I don't know. Like, for all I know, someone's gonna look at this stuff and be like, "Oh, that's a thing." You know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe somewhere in this is something I just don't know what I'm looking for. Like, what is this? You know? I have no idea. Dude, we went so deep. We're back.
We went so deep. That's funny.
Can you touch that box if you drained any of our devices? Let us know that you pulled power from it. We should do EVP right now. Hello. Can you please say your name and tell us who we're talking to? Does it bother you that you are referred to as the Bell Witch? Are you the Bell Witch? Or are you someone else that's trapped here?
Him.
Him?
Can you tell us where the portal is? Ending.
What?
It's right there. It's right there. There it is. What the fuck? Pressure light. It's a locust. It's a locust. Huh? It's a locust. A locust? Yeah. You ever heard the 7 plagues? They're like in the Bible. They destroyed all the crops. Like, have you seen Jurassic World, the new one? No, I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, locusts. They just swarm and destroy, and they're typically a sign of death. Yeah. And that one just died in front of us. Am I wrong? Is it not literally upside down right now? Yeah, yes, it was just fucking. The flashlight on? I really think it just died right in front of us.
Hiding in the dark.
As we just turned off the lights, and the locust is gone. Can you at the same time activate one of our devices and give us a message? I know we've given you no reason. We haven't given you an offering. The only thing we brought is power. So I understand we're asking a lot.
I can use this.
I can use this. I'll let you speak, thank you. Why are you just smiling?
I wasn't.
Huh?
Shut the fuck up. Let's get out. Come on. I was not smiling at all. Don't say that. Come on. Let's get out. Let's get out. I don't like that. Stop.
Enemy.
Stop.
All right, we gotta go.
Let's get out. I had my cam on me the whole time. I was not smiling. Don't say that I was smiling. And why are you looking like that?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You were just smiling.
No, I was not.
No, he wasn't.
I was not fucking smiling. No, I wasn't.
Oh
We
no.
can watch back the footage. I was not smiling at all. Why are you saying that? What?
What was that?
I was not smiling. Swear to God I wasn't smiling. I had my cam on my face. I was not smiling. What did it look like? Show me how big of a smile.
No.
And then it goes enemy.
Elton is like seeing shit this episode. Elton saw, like, thought he saw a figure, but it wasn't them. Now he's seeing Corey smile. That's weird.
That smile of like when you hear something that you don't
Weird.
want to talk. When you're like,
No. I had my mouth open the whole time, sitting here scared. No. I was never smiling. Swear? Swear you saw me smiling?
I was waiting for you to. I was waiting for you to click ending and for you to be like, I just saw something.
What?
That kind of a smile from you.
No, dog.
You're nervous and you're scared, but you're like,
No. I promise I didn't smile. Can we get out? You guys down to get out? You down to get out, Elton?
More Typher.
Or Typh.
What? What does that mean?
Mortifer.
Mortifer?
I
I don't know what that means.
Look, I want to leave.
Okay.
I want to leave this cave.
I don't. Because why?
Because, like,
something
why?
is fucking with you? You just said that I was smiling at you.
But I don't.
Yeah, that's a little
If
weird.
it's not on camera.
It's a little weird.
Look, if you were smiling on camera and then later you're like, I don't believe it. Okay, cool. But as of right now, I don't have anything to prove for anything. Like, what? I'm leaving because I feel heebie-jeebies and I'm seeing a little white dot and then, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Locals are dying next to me.
Right. I personally would like to get out. I don't feel safe in here or comfortable. You can.
Don't tell.
Don't tell. You can stay, but I don't think it's smart for you to stand here by yourself. But if you want to, obviously you can. Is that what you want to do?
I don't want to leave yet. And I understand that you guys want to, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I don't want to leave yet. Because I feel like I owe to push a little bit harder to get an answer.
If that's what you want. Do you want us to go to the cabin or go to the woods while you stay in here?
Cabin in the woods.
Oh, I was hoping he would say cabin.
The cabin is a replica, but at the end of the day, I think there is so much more power.
Yeah.
Within the cave, within the running water, within the bare ground, within the woods, within the forest.
Right. I know.
There's a replica cabin.
Right. It's fair.
We can't do a proper job in all three places. It has to be. We have to choose.
Yeah.
I'll stay here.
I'll do the woods.
Go to the woods then.
Okay. You down?
I'm down. I'm very down.
Oh my god.
Are you sure, dog? Yeah. You're still thinking about yourself? You sure?
Yeah.
Alright, well, as much as I don't want you to do this, good luck.
And my throat's burning.
Why?
I don't know.
Why is it doing that?
Don't know.
Yup. Dude, this cave just got a lot more creepier. Jesus.
Oh, smell that.
Oof. Oh man, that changed real quick, fam.
Elton. It smells.
That's a bad sign if they didn't fart. But it's a bad sign if you start smelling things like sulfur. It's like apparently it's a sign of like, you know, demons and ghosts and shit.
Like it reeks. It smells like trash.
Damn, I got stupid foggy. What the fuck?
Yeah, it is foggy.
Wow, dude, I could barely see you the further you go. That's how
Yeah,
foggy it is. That's
it's
insane.
very
How you
foggy.
feeling? You good?
Yeah. I just don't like when Elton messes with the demonic stuff.
By himself, dude.
By himself.
By himself.
By himself.
Dude, that whole thing was
witch
like
cave.
Why would he
said
do that?
to you? Because I was looking at you. Hey, John.
Elton's gonna stay in there by himself for 30. Huh? He's gonna stay in there by himself for 30 minutes, and then we're gonna go to the forest area.
Yeah.
He's like, that's
Do you
crazy.
mind guiding us to the forest area?
Dude, this place is creepy.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not a big fan of forests.
Yeah, dude.
At all.
Same. And just like how much we saw in the cave. Man.
We are now in absolute pitch black. Genuinely, every time we do an investigation, I'm trying to
He's so
understand
brave.
how do I leave with something that I can show to anyone and go, here's proof of the afterlife. We get all this information.
I just got, sorry.
And I don't always.
I just got an alert on my phone that the Reputation album that's coming out again, it's gonna have 6 vault tracks.
Know what to do with that.
I'm excited about that.
That's all I want. That's all I want. Wholeheartedly. I would love to be able to leave here tonight and have a way of showing to the world that your power's spiritual realm, it exists. And I understand that maybe it's been a lot of fun scaring everyone, messing with us. If it is possible, please ask. Could you show yourself?
Oh my god.
Whether it's physically, in the form of light, moving a rock, speaking, anything. I believe tonight we've been interacting with the Bell Witch. You are now called. But from the stories that I've heard, you were not a fan of the Bell family. So to now be given the name of someone you didn't like, I'm sure isn't what you prefer to have happen. There are theories about who the Bell Witch could be. But could I ask you, could you please say the name you prefer to be called? And then we can ask everyone else to come here and use that
moving muscles. I'm recording.
Whew. Oh no.
Right at the end, there was something.
This is it.
There was nothing. There was nothing.
This is directly above.
I think there's something going on with Elton. Elton's going, like, losing it a little bit.
It's buried. We're standing on it? Oh. What? We don't mean this in a disrespectful way. Sorry, should we introduce ourselves again here?
Yeah, I'm down.
Is it different, right?
I'm down for that.
Okay.
To all the spirits here, my name's Corey.
Stuff.
The camera stopped recording?
The camera just stopped recording. I just started recording again.
That's weird.
What?
I didn't do anything.
Oh my god, if Corey gets
Dude,
scratched.
I'm like, bro, I'm covered in spider web. I gotta put this shit down. I'm freaking out. I knew
I'd be
this was gonna
freaking out.
happen.
No way.
This is why I said down there, are you sure you want to offer all of our tools right
No way.
It's completely dead. It won't even turn on. It won't even show the low battery sign or anything. It just won't turn on.
That's crazy.
Look. I'm holding down the power button. 1, 2, 3.
That's when it's like really, really drained.
Listen. Well,
can't use this. You know what we do have? Spirit box.
Yeah.
Bro, I feel like Elton is directly below us.
Oh my
I
gosh.
feel like where this tree is right here.
Dude.
This is
Imagine.
Dog, I thought I saw something right there.
What do you mean?
What the fuck was that?
Wait, what do you? What,
I didn't see
Something
anything.
just went. It was like a white. I don't know. It was white.
Like a ball of light? Like a flashlight? Like mist?
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Holy
whoa,
shit.
whoa, whoa, whoa. You okay?
Holy shit.
What? What?
Something just got thrown at me.
What do you
What?
Like a little acorn. You didn't see that?
mean? No. I was so paid. I was so focused over there, dude.
Dude. Okay. Okay. What just flew at me and hit me?
Dude, I'm so fucking sussed out right now.
I was just saying if some rocks get thrown, I'm gonna freak out. But I didn't see anything, so I'm gonna reserve freaking out.
So sussed out right now. Too much is happening at once,
Dude,
dude.
it was like a little rock. Like, it hit me right here. I watched it flying towards me, and then it hit my...
That's literally the direction that I thought I saw something at.
Okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
If there are any spirits here, can you say yes? I'm waiting. Hey. Hi. Understand.
Hmm.
It's all your faults?
It's not. I heard it's not your fault. I heard it's not your fault. Not like sometimes I try not to look at the screen when they're doing spirit box and like EVPs because I feel like what they suggest on the screen like kind of makes you hear what they want you to hear. Sometimes it's very accurate, very clear, but sometimes I'm like, I don't know about that. I didn't really hear that.
It's our fault.
Can you tell us where to go?
What did he say?
I heard, like, run, and then a whistle.
I didn't hear that. Okay, I'm skipping because I don't like the spirit box.
That. Are you for years? What? Turn this off real quick because this, literally, the moment I turned around, I saw this white. I don't even know what it was, but it was like a white ball. It just went right behind the tree and it disappeared.
I don't believe in orbs, so.
That's like, oh my god.
Let's walk over towards where you thought we saw it.
Oh, come on. I hate the spirit box.
Sorry. Oh, this is my own gap.
Oh my god. Wait, did that fall out of you?
Oh, my pocket.
Okay.
Dude, that scared the crap out of me. I keep seeing white something. I don't know. It's like a white ball, but they're really small. And they're just going.
What? I have a theory about some of the spirits here.
What is it?
And like, it's just the family that moved here, the first 13 years living here, nothing happened. Nothing happened at all. It was completely normal. Everything was fine. However, they had slaves back then. And when their slaves would die, they would bury their slaves, right? And it's just, what if, because the land is already, very haunted and a ton of energy, it's Native American land, we know that they were buried here, right? It's just, what if the slaves, or some of the slaves, or a slave possibly, in his blood, had, I believe it's called hoodoo, which is, you know, like voodoo, you know? And the fact that they were then buried here on a very powerful land that we already know is haunted. What if it was the slaves getting payback at the family? Because the family would wake up with cuts, they would get scratched, they would get pushed, all of that. The family was being tortured.
It was like hell.
And it all came out of nowhere after living here for 13 years. And what if it started after they buried the slaves? That's my theory. That's my theory.
Wow.
And that's kind of a karma, you know? At the family, just like, it's kind of a karma. I'm not gonna lie, because think about it. If you had some magic in your blood, and then you get buried here, damn well.
Okay, this theory totally falls apart if you don't believe in hoodoo.
You were going to torture the people that tortured you.
Facts.
Damn. Nothing at all. Bummer. Alright.
I can't.
And my throat hurts again. That's a bat.
Flashlight.
Huh?
Look. Oh, is it Elton?
Elton?
Wait, is that gotta be Elton?
Elton? Is that you?
Yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah. They said absolutely nothing happened.
Hey.
Yeah.
How's it going? What happened?
Huh?
What happened?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Absolutely nothing.
At all?
No.
What?
That's weird.
How was that possible?
Maybe it followed him out of the cave.
Well, we couldn't even do Phasma. It's dead. Is it?
Battery got drained.
It's because we let them drain our battery.
Yeah, I mean, have you guys started?
Okay, but the thing is that were able to drain all this battery, like, why aren't they manifesting and doing stuff in any way? So far, anyway.
We've been doing spirit box.
Jerry keeps seeing shadows and lights running all around us. Did that just say...
Elton?
Hey there, Elton.
Yes. I thought I heard the same thing.
Elton, as soon as I turned this up, a woman's voice just went, hey there, Elton.
I didn't really hear that.
Swear to God.
Sort of.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Swear to God.
Uh-huh.
Hey there, Elton.
I'll come back then.
Maybe.
Why does it feel like at some point I'm gonna fall through this?
Please don't.
Don't say that.
Some places you step, you feel like you're gonna fall right
Dude,
through.
if that happened though.
You're gonna see. It just said you're gonna see. Audio. Who are we gonna see?
Whoa. Whoa, that was really freaking aggressive.
Keep going, keep going. I don't know what that was. Keep going.
I did not. I did not like that. You wanna ask a question? Who was that just said something really heavy? Are you also among the slaves? Were you forced to be a slave? Still more down here. Whoa. Wait. Wait. Was that what hit you? Elton. I didn't tell you. This is what got fucking thrown at me. It was this.
What is it?
Dude, also, this is sinking right
Wait,
here.
what is it? It's like a weird beautiful.
Elton, that got thrown at me. This got thrown at me. And it 100% has to be on camera. It hit my leg right here. I watched it come flying at me and it hit my leg.
Yeah.
What direction?
It came from this way.
Wait, it came horizontally?
Yes, we were standing over there by the tree, and it just comes flying over to me and hits me on the leg.
Because I was like, I thought I saw a white ball thing just flew by real quick. And then the moment I told him, I was like, look that way. And he just freaked out. And then something hit him right here.
What? That's not the first thing you tell me when I get here?
Sorry, I'm a little scared because we're in the middle of a forest where there's a bell witch.
You know.
Wait, why is it called Bell Witch, by the way? Like Bell, as in like a bell? Or is it William Bell?
Night, I have been asking for physical proof, right?
Yeah.
And I got nothing down below, but I stayed to make sure that we weren't missing out on anything, but everything was saying coming up here. And you got it?
Got a good amount, I think.
Yeah, but I don't like that I'm the one that got it because I am not the one that wants to be scratched. I'm not the one that wants to have stuff thrown at me. I'm not asking for that.
Yeah.
But it kind of seems like it's targeting me. Before we even walked in the cave, I had a stinging pain. It
It's
looked like my
always
leg was
targeting
bruising up.
Corey.
You said that I was smiling in the cave?
I wonder if it's like a spiritual law of attraction.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Black Swan Inn targeted you significantly more than anyone else.
Right.
When I did Nazareth Hospital, I was getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
Here you are tonight. Like, we all have different personalities.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And we have different ways of speaking.
Definitely very different, all of them.
Right? It's the same way you gravitate towards other people. Sometimes you see someone, you're like, oh, I'm going to be great friends with them. Other times you're like, maybe not.
So you think the witch likes me?
Maybe. Yeah, honestly.
Well,
Or likes messing with you.
Miss Witch, I mean no harm at all, and I mean no disrespect at all to you. Just for tonight and this night only, I would like to communicate with you and all the spirits here. But please, don't scratch me or anything. But if you want to throw another ball at me, you can. Just so Elton can see the ball get thrown at me.
So let's go down the rabbit hole then. Instead, hey Elton, we never went down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Was that you?
Whoa, I didn't even touch it though, fam.
What was what?
It's this, whatever, the music box, whatever it is.
Music box?
No, it's going
Something
off.
went off, fam.
That was the music
On
box?
me. Yep, it's on me, but we didn't dog.
That's
I think that's the
crazy.
cat ball, but I didn't touch it. It's in the box. There's no way. There's no way.
What the fuck? It's even inside the zipper.
Want to use this in a way we've never had before?
How so?
See, there's nothing in front of it.
Yeah?
Now there is.
Do you want to?
He's gonna use it as like a thing,
Yeah, I'll walk around with it.
like a sensor,
What?
like a
Didn't it root
flashlight.
the plant?
It did. It's a wooden plant.
It did. Wood. Yeah. I know. Something. This tree was calling me as soon as we got here.
Uh-huh.
I think it's the tree. Let's try here.
Run it.
Confirmation.
Run it.
Dude.
They have to be standing right in front of us.
I'm turning this on as fast as I can, bro.
Oh my god.
Dude, this is insane.
Huh? Yo.
Are you standing directly in front of us?
That was a yes. I did hear that.
How do you know my name? You're a team. You're a team? You're a team.
Or you've also said my name.
Yeah.
Your team.
Yeah. How do you know my name? You're a team.
Yeah, you said my name many times today. Yeah.
What do you want to talk about?
I heard, hey guys.
Did you hear?
I heard, hey guys.
What's that thing? I don't know. Dude, I have no idea. This is one of those investigations that scares me. Because this is the type of investigation where it just feels like we don't get that super insane, crazy, shocking evidence, but one of us gets an attachment when we get home.
That's scary.
That's what this feels like to me.
What do you mean by attachment? Like they'll just stick with you?
Yeah, unless we get cleansed, or unless we do something.
Get
To
cleansed.
prevent it.
What?
I don't know, dude. I keep feeling some shit on my hand.
If this was my job, I would get cleansed after each and every single one. No question.
It's like,
I'd be bringing holy water with me.
it's like burning, but like itching at the same time.
Do you want to try the cabin?
Yeah, I do. Oh, for sure haunted. Look at this. For sure haunted.
See what happens here.
I don't know why I feel like just chill now.
Like all the
Because
spirits
it's a
are gone.
recreation, the
I
cabin.
feel like
It's
no
not.
attention at all
It's like
anymore.
the ship of Theseus, right? It's a completely. if you like, at which threshold when you replace each plank of a ship does it become a new ship, even though it's identical to the old one? Like for us as humans, we feel like there's something attached to something. Like when a kid has like two identical stuffed toys, but one of them is the one that they grew up with and have memories with, all that kind of stuff. If you give them a new one, it's not the same one, you know? So it's kind of like that. So I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be the same energy.
Like down in the cave in the beginning, I started feeling weird.
Alright. Was that you? No. Cat ball on the bed. Whoa.
Cat ball!
Whoa. That big knock wasn't you? I heard it from behind me. And now the cat ball is going off on the bed. Uh-huh.
Wait, can you come out here with the camera? Because I don't have one right now.
No, thank you.
Body camera.
Body camera.
Yeah, body camera. Cat ball on the bed again.
That was set up there, but the noise I heard came from like...
That was loud. It was loud. That was a crack. You heard it from here?
Yeah, I heard it loud as day. Like right, loud as day.
The cat ball's going off.
Going off right now, dude. Is it? Yeah. On the bed? On the bed. Maybe someone in here is trying to get our attention. Hi. Maybe John is.
Dude, I thought for a second that mannequin was real.
Okay.
God.
Hi, John. Hey, John. Hey, John, are you... Dude, I'm like 100% positive that this is John. Wow.
Oh, no. When we get to flashlight shit, I can't. When it's... flashlight shit is so legit.
Wow.
When it's like on time, you know, I can't just be like, wait 10 minutes. Oh, it lights up. Like that. It has to be prompt.
What's cool is neither of these have gone off all night either. I know. Well, John, apologies for walking in your room, introducing ourselves. This is your home, and thank you for having us not only in your home and in your room, but on your property. With your permission, we'd like to stay. Thank you, John.
Is that a yes or no, though?
This is Elton, I'm Corey, and this is Jerry. We only want to ask you some questions and talk to you tonight. Would you like some company tonight to talk to?
Do you want to vent? Get anything off your chest? Maybe not even talk, just...
No. No.
Bothering you?
John, is this land cursed? Hey, John, do you find it weird that there are mannequins in your room? Just a question.
All right. Flashlight shit, I am very, very much so believer in.
I know. Oh, migraine. They're like really bad headache.
Oh no. Oh no.
Nowhere.
Bad sign. Bad sign.
That's such a weird... I don't even know if I want this going in the video, this question I'm about to ask. It's so weird what I just thought.
Ask it, ask it, ask it.
John. This is such a... I don't know why I just pictured this in my head. John, did you have an affair with the maid? Or the... John, did you have an affair with the housekeeper? I don't know why I just thought that.
Bro, if the light turned on, I would have fucking freaked.
Who did they say the Bell Witch is?
The neighbor?
Did he have an affair with the Bell Witch and then she like cursed him and his family? Because he wouldn't leave his family?
Affair with your neighbor?
Yo. That would be a twist.
The camera just shut off.
The camera just shut off. Dude, the camera just shut off.
Completely.
Oh, I'm sick to my stomach right
when
now.
I was in the cave by myself, I got adultery.
No, you
What?
didn't.
Did he get adultery? Do you guys remember?
No way.
When I was in the cave by myself, everything that I was getting was like, why are you leading me here? Like, what's the problem? I got adultery. I was like, why? Why is this happening? Adultery, Satan. That was the combination.
Adultery, Satan.
There was a land dispute, and that's apparently where the one theory of the haunting came from. What if that's what it was?
A land dispute? Maybe it was an affair.
He was an adulterer.
Yeah.
Maybe he said, I'll leave my wife for you.
But he
Never
didn't.
happened.
So she
Came
cursed.
back to haunt him.
This is what I'm saying. That's my theory.
That's a crazy story.
I could believe that.
Dude, if that is
What's
accurate,
the saying? Like hell hath no fury, like a woman scorned, or something.
if we just came up with that, like we just felt that's insane. We solved
We
it.
solved.
We literally just, if that's the case, we could have just solved why this land, or at least why the Bell Witch.
Oh, I don't like that flashlight at all.
Is our confirmation?
Oh.
Bell Witch claimed to be the spirit of Kate Batt, a neighbor who believed that John Bell cheated in a land purchase.
Oh.
But no one knows for sure. So cheating.
Some sort of cheating.
So we are on to something.
John, if you're willing to admit this, can you turn off the light? And that way, when you turn it on for sure, we know it's your answer. Were you caught cheating?
Oh my god.
Now, John, were you cheating on a land purchase? Or were you cheating on your family with another woman? Was it Kate Batt?
So
maybe
is
it's
he
not.
confirming that he cheated on the land purchase, and that's why Kate Batts haunted him?
Okay. Okay. So it wasn't. It wasn't adultery. It was cheating on a land situation.
He didn't have an affair?
Okay.
Or did he? Is that what exactly? Why would Kate Batts go after him just because he cheated on?
Yeah,
a
super
land
weird.
purchase? What does that have to do with her? Right?
Yeah, I don't know unless it's much deeper than that. Yeah, if land is your legacy. I mean, that's what wars are fought over is land.
Right.
Resources and land, and if
Well,
she was cheated out of hundreds of acres. Whatever, mean thousands of acres, and for all we know, the cheating could have come from along the lines of, I'm gonna marry you. Right? Like, I'm gonna marry you, we'll combine our land. Like, we don't know, this is hundreds of years ago.
John. Her name was Kate, right?
Shit.
Yeah, wow.
Thanks, John. John, did you tell Kate that you would marry her and share the land with her?
What was my last battery, by the way, on the camera?
No way. The camera's done?
All 6.
all 6?
Bringing up batteries for about 18 hours.
Wow.
Dude, they burned through it all.
Wow. That is insane.
That was like the very last one.
Holy shit. Okay.
And I brought every single battery I had tonight.
So the reason why Elton has so many batteries is that they learned their lesson when they went to the suicide forest.
I just flicker on and off.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's
Yeah, I think
that's
he's done. He
behavior
doesn't
that I don't believe in,
Wow,
but when
John,
it's
you're very
prompt,
intelligent.
then I vibe with that.
I think he's saying sit down.
You want us to sit back down?
Wow.
Okay.
I think there's more to the story.
What? What?
You sat down and fully turned back on again.
I know. John, is there something else that you want to tell us?
Yeah, it worked before when you didn't ask and you just knew.
Huh?
Just,
Go for it.
I don't know why I'm picturing this now. This is super weird. Hey, John, did Kate ever chase you with a knife? Okay, well, that's good. Did anyone ever chase you with
So random.
or threaten you in any way? Did Kate threaten you with a knife because you were cheating her on this land?
It's a little bit. A little bit slow.
I saw that.
A little bit slow.
I saw like Kate arguing with him in the front yard with a knife, just yelling at him. Like she wasn't actually going to stab him, but she was just that angry that she just had a knife, and it's like, how could you do this to me? You lied to me. Is that right?
John, did you kill her? Did you have her killed?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
No. John, is that what you wanted to admit to us?
That would explain why she
Oh
haunts
my
him.
god.
1,000,000%. 1,000,000%.
He cheated her out of a land purchase.
And then got her killed.
And then
Put a hit on her.
was saying what happened, and to silence her, had her killed.
Dude. Wow. Dude. Wow.
Dude. And now she haunts this place. It would explain why the whole family would get haunted. She got stronger over time. It lines up.
It does line up. It lines up perfectly. And we're talking to John right now. John's telling us.
I was filming in slow-mo, and everything just turned off all at once. Do you want to come down? Oh, I'm walking back now. I'm turning my phone.
This is what's on the screen. Elton was filming B-roll, and as soon as he entered the cave, all the camera equipment turned off, so he FaceTimed Corey.
Dude, I got down to the bottom of the cave, bro. Dude, I literally got right to the cave entrance and everything turned off. Holy fuck. I just...
The camera and the light completely died at the same time. It doesn't turn on. He's just down there and just running.
Dude, I'm literally turning around. I had the camera in slow-mo.
Oh my
so
god.
I have no audio. I just flipped my camera back and I'm like recording right now, but yeah. Everything just turned off the second I went to walk in the cave. I can't even film.
The camera and the light turned on at the same time.
Yeah, dude. I literally turned the corner.
It's giving me anxiety.
Like about to turn right, you know what I mean? Like right where the corner is to see everything. And then as I fucking turn it, everything just goes boom, boom, boom. Out. Like I was like so confused. All of a sudden it was just pitch black. I'm like, why is it? I was like, oh, it died. And like, it's like not turning back on.
And it was on 70.
Yeah, it was easily on 70. Like no problem. Well, I only put it like 25%, but it should not. The last time I remember this happening was War Museum or Kyle at Whaley House. Those are the last two times I remember that happening.
You gave it permission to drain everything we have.
Why did it stop me from going back in though?
But it's just overall, like,
So many bad things happened here.
The hard part too is always knowing who should be the right person to go down the right conversations. Like I could have tried to talk to John, but maybe he wouldn't have cared. He only wanted to talk to you. So it's like we all have to go to each place to see who they want to talk to, right? And then we go from there. Like alarm system. Someone breaking in or breaking out of the cave. I don't know.
Weird.
Comment. Let us know what you guys think. What happened tonight?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I
very
can't.
interesting investigation.
I feel like to me there's two obvious ones. Bell Witch is in there, messing with us, knows what she's doing, been doing it for a long time. Bell Witch also could be Kate, who haunts the property, or they happen to just be two different things. The Bell Witch the witch is a completely separate person, and the Kate storyline is also separate, but people can join them together
Who
over
knows?
years and years and years.
Oh yeah.
So it's very possible that haunting there is completely separate from haunting there, but everyone just kind of went, well, it can't be two ghosts.
Yeah.
It's got to be one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, comment down below, guys.
Okay, we forgot to check something last night.
What's that?
Scratches.
Oh yeah.
We left, we never looked. I'm still in my same shirt.
Cause I got.
Oh my god. I swear to God, if they find fucking scratches.
Same fan. Oh wait, the bruise that I was getting.
Yeah, what happened there?
Wait, it was on the inside.
It's gone.
Here, right?
It's
yeah,
gone.
This whole thing right last night was bruised.
Yeah.
It's
gone.
Whoa.
Yeah. Alright, so you want to know? Yeah, go ahead. Take your shirt off.
Come on, Jerry.
No, I think I'm good. There's a lot of bug bites.
Where did you feel that you got tugged on?
Right
Do you
here.
remember?
Right here.
Do you want to know something though?
What?
Take that.
What? What?
Wait, what?
Dog, there's a dog.
I don't know how this happened,
Okay.
but I was putting my pants away, and I thought I took everything out of my pockets.
Shut the. No, Elton.
I thought I took all the batteries out, and then I reached in here. I was like, oh, I left tape. And then I also found that.
No, you fucking didn't.
Did he take something from the cave?
I don't remember.
That is
putting
such
this in
an
my
Elton thing to do.
Elton.
I don't remember putting this in my pocket. I took everything out.
You gotta put
I
it
took all the
back,
batteries
bro.
out last night.
What?
I don't remember putting that in my pocket. And I literally went to go put my clothes in the laundry basket in here, and I felt it. And I was like, hold on. And then, yeah, that was still in, the tape was still in here.
What?
Just to mark dead batteries. I put green tape on batteries to go, okay, that one's done.
Are you being dead ass?
Yeah.
You never put a rock or anything in your
I do not
pocket?
remember putting a rock in my pocket. I noticed it like an hour or two ago, and I was like, all right, well, after we get food.
Dog.
Yeah, I don't ever remember taking a rock.
I don't know. I feel like he's playing.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's really weird.
No, that's
I feel like he's
terrible.
playing.
Well, yeah, because you're not supposed to take anything from the cave.
Which he said
Why
earlier.
didn't we check our pockets.
Wait, did you guys take anything?
I don't. Wait, no, wait. Okay, someone take the camera. I'm gonna go through my clothes.
Did you take anything?
No, I did not take shit. Dog, I swear to God, bro.
Corey's like, dude, I can't get attached.
Why was this?
I don't know.
In your pocket.
I don't know. I don't know why that was in my pocket.
You have to ship it back.
What happens if I don't?
I don't want to find out.
Come on, we're driving a motorhome together. What's the worst that can happen?
We die.
Crash.
Let's just keep it for a little while. Can we just keep it, Corey?
That is not.
Corey,
See,
can we
Elton
just keep
totally took it.
Come on. No. You know I've always wanted a pet rock. Just
Oh
let me
my
keep
God.
It, Corey. Come on, I promise I'll take care of it. I'll take really good care of it, Corey. I promise. You'll never even know he's here. I'll keep him nice and quiet, and I'll feed him, and I'll keep him warm, and I'll keep him safe. And I promise I'll be a good boy.
Can you please call the owners of the Bell Witch Cave right now? It said in the history paper, don't take anything.
Is that a dance routine?
Families would go there and they would go home and experience terrible luck.
Should we call and ask what's gonna happen?
Yes!
Okay, hold on, let me get my phone out.
Dude, how does an 8-inch rock get in your pocket?
Let's calm down. If you think that's 8 inches, you are lying to a lot of people, including yourself. 8 inches.
This isn't 8 inches.
No. That is maybe 3-inch rock. That's 3 inches, and that's hard. That's a hard 3 inches right there.
No, this is 8. No, this is 100% 8 inches.
I told you I know my 3 inches. No, it says they're closed.
No, dude.
They're closed at 5.
What, they're closed till fucking next Monday?
They're closed right now.
Stop.
It is, yeah, because we're.
So they're fucked until next
They
Monday.
closed an hour ago.
No.
And I don't want to ship it blind because they have to know they're gonna get it.
This is so fucked.
That's the worst thing. Like they don't even know it's there. It just gets left outside and then it never gets returned.
Stop. No, it's not gonna be your baby. This is not gonna be your pet.
I'll keep you safe, Mr.
Please do not keep this rock, Elton. Please don't.
I'm gonna name him Dwayne.
Dwayne?
The
The
Rock.
Rock?
Okay. Elton totally
does
took
that
that for
happen?
content.
That is an 8-inch rock that just somehow got in your pocket. That's about 2 feet. That's about 2 feet, Elton. I don't know what kind of measuring tape you have, but that shit is off. Okay? Well, Jerry, you want to drive us to a church?
Or we die as be holy.
No, we are not allowed to die!
Alright, where should I put this for now?
In holy water?
Alright, right
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not really. Fuck.
Alrighty, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna hop off for a few hours, and then tonight we're gonna do watch party The Last of Us. It's gonna be amazing. So come back. We're gonna have lots of fun. Peace